Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our countdown towards our opening ceremonies, we'd like to encourage you to stop by and visit the many concessionaires. We've got some great items on display and available for you and your convenience of joining us at this year's Super Series Indian Relay races. Among the items that we have here are some great souvenirs. Don't forget about the bannock burgers and all the other great things that we have cooked up for your personal enjoyment. We are minutes away from our opening ceremonies. Once again, as we continue our countdown towards our grand entry, we'd like to remind you to stop by the refreshment stands. As we said a moment ago, all kinds of great groceries cooked up for your convenience and enjoyment. We trust that you're going to enjoy a great day of Indian relay racing. If we could have all of the chiefs and dignitaries and council members to the North Gate, please. All the chiefs, council members, and dignitaries to the North Gate, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to a beautiful Sunday afternoon at Century Mile Racetrack, home of the only 1 mile thoroughbred track in all of Western Canada. Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Braniff, and for the next number of hours, we're going to be celebrating our Indian culture, our heritage, and paying tribute to the horse culture that was so much a factor of our ancestors and the stewards of this great land of Treaty 6. I'd also like to make mention during the course of the afternoon, I'll be introducing the second member of our announcing team, Mr. Josh Jacko. He's on location down below. You're going to meet him. You're going to be hearing his great voice and all of his amazing input for this afternoon of Indian Relay Racing. This is the Super Series Indian Relay Race Series. None other like it in Canada. We are so proud to be at this magnificent facility, and have we got an afternoon for you. Now, if you're joining us for the very first time, there's a couple of things that I'd like to clarify right now. We call it Indian Relay Racing, and I know for a lot of people in this politically correct world, it can make you feel a little uncomfortable, to say the least. It'll make you feel a little bit squeamish unless you're properly versed and you have the background and knowledge. And let me put it to you like this. A while back, I asked a great friend of mine, a longtime friend of mine, who is a proud member of the Cree Nation. He's a proud cowboy and a proud Canadian. I said, Sean boy, in this world of political correctness, what is the proper terminology that we should be using when we're addressing your people? It's gone from Indigenous to First Nations to Native. His response to me was, anything will do, as long as it's said with respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully give you the Indian Relay Races. When we talk about the granddaddy of Indian Relay Racing, we've got over 30 teams gathered here this afternoon from all across Western Canada and parts of the United States of America. We've got all kinds of races, and in just a moment's time, you're going to meet the Little Buffalo Pony Runners, and this is a sight to behold. This is the future, the foundation on which our sport of Indian Relay Racing is going to rest on. These youngsters have trained long and hard in the preparation of this afternoon's meet, and of course we will be keeping a running tally on the fast times, and there's going to be a payout for the kids as well. So an exciting time here at Century Mile Racetrack. Once again, we'd like to remind you we are minutes away from our grand entry where you're going to meet some of our dignitaries, our officials, the CEOs of our Super Series Indian Relay Race Association. It's all going to be good. Sit tight. We'll be back in a short time from right now.
Let me know. Ladies and gentlemen, aunties and uncles, cousins alike, welcome to Super Series Indian Relay. It's been a long time coming. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Josh Jackal. I'll be doing the interviewing all the winners of today's races, tomorrow's races. We are super excited. We thank all of you for being here. And without further ado, Super Series Indian Relay, Kim Burton and Trina Shirt, the founders of Super Series, the most amazing ladies. We got the chief and counselors from all across Treaty 6, and our sponsor, Western Varieties, has also been invited here to our inaugural event. We want to thank Century Mile Casino and Racetrack for hosting this event. And we have 30 teams. We have Little Buffalo Pony Riders. We have Women's Relay. And yes, well, welcome all the teams here to Century Mile. Give them a round of applause, people.
Thank you, Josh. And if we could touch briefly on our visiting chiefs, we'd like to welcome onto the track right now from the Haida First Nations out of beautiful British Columbia. Would you make welcome Chief Tikil from the Haida First Nations of the land of the setting sun. Also with us is the Grand Chief of Treaty 6 and former Enoch Chief. Say hello to Chief Lorne Morin. Along with our dignitaries is the former Enoch Chief, Chief Howard Peacock, and, of course, Chief Eric Shirt from Saddle Lake. We'd also like to give a big Indian Relay Race welcome to our elders, Marion Buffalo, John Shirt, and Morris Whiskey Jack. And I know Josh touched on it briefly, a big, big welcome to our CEOs of Super Series Indian Relay Racing, Trina Shirt, Kim Britton. Thank you, ladies, for all that you've done, and welcome to their families who are in tow showing support on this day.
Yes. Introducing the teams now. From the Women's Relay, Blue Blossom Express, TK Farrier, Saddle Buttes. I got Blue Blossom, yeah. And for the Men's Indian Relay, River Cree, Stone Stables, Whitefish Warriors, Northern Cree Express. Following them is Wild and Cree. In the second heat, we have Daniels Relay, Whitstone Relay, Arrowhead Relay, Treaty 6 Two Nation, and concluding the second heat, Heathen Anchors. In the third heat, we have M3 Big Tobacco Relay, TK Farrier, Carlson Relay, and Papa's Chase. In the fourth heat, we have JJ's Nosamak, Atigamak Newton, Old Sun, North Star Relay, Ghana Relay. In the fifth heat, we have Two Medicine, Pretty Young Man, Patakan Relay, Thunder Beings, and MC Relay. In the sixth and final heat, We have Awadahe, Billy's Boys, White Lightning, Spearheaders Relay, and Wolftail Relay. These teams are from all across this great land of ours, everywhere from Saddle Lake. We have teams from the United States of America, North Dakota, Onion Lake, Siksika Nation. We have teams from Browning, Montana, Eden Valley, Thunderchild, teams from Saskatchewan, all across Alberta and into the United States. It's a huge event for a lot of these teams. These teams have been racing for many, many years. A lot of them are experienced in Indian relay. And it's going to be exciting. If you are new to Indian relay, you are going to be completely astonished, exhilarated. It's the most exciting horse racing there is, period.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is simply a great day of celebration of our culture, the culture, the history, and the pageantry all coming together in our grand entry. I like to call it the Parade of Champions, although nobody has run yet at this point in time. Every one of the athletes and their families that you're looking at right now, they're all champions in my mind. How about we put our hands together, make a little bit of noise for all the people on the track right now. These are the ones that make it happen. And as we elaborate a little bit further on the teams that you are meeting right now, a big hello to the Thunder Beings team owned by Pat and Ty Provost. They're wearing the hot pink and black colors. They're from the Kainai Nation out of Kainai, Alberta. And a big hello to the Awadahe team. The owner, Lloyd Vagan, is with us. They are wearing the traditional green and purple, and they make their home in Mandaree, North Dakota, USA. Make welcome Billy's Boys, Peter Wapas. He's the owner of that team, and they're sporting the great green and yellow traditional colors, and they make their home in Thunderchild Nation, Saskatchewan. Say howdy to the White Lightning race team owned by Colton Lindsay, and of course they wear the white colors, and they make their home in Mistawasset, Saskatchewan. Put your hands together and a welcome to the Spearheaders Relay team owned by Leon Cardinal. They wear the red, black, and turquoise colors, and the Saddle Lake, Alberta is where they make their home. Last but not least, a big welcome to the Wolftail Relay team, and of course, Stephen Wolftail is their Warrior Riders. We got that information just to us right now, making their home in the Piikani Stoney Nations in Alberta.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to now introduce our Elder Morris Whiskey Jack. he will be doing the prayer for us here.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to thank all you people, and I'd like to thank the Great Spirit and all the workers of creation. And before I say a little prayer, I'd like to welcome all of you that came and take part of what our young people have to do and share for us, and the sportsmen of our young people, and I'll say our young warriors, to how we try to support them. But I'll ask you to help me along in your thoughts, within your heart. Say a prayer as our old people, grandfathers used to say before they did anything. They used to start with a prayer, and that's part of our culture. Hi, get now. I'd like to ask you, you can help me in your thought and your mind to say a prayer today before we begin the relay. Hi. Nog tayo na nagseman to kakseotsin. Ano sipin to tamata kakseotso minamyo pa yun. Utaga kyo utaga pe to te to kuta to skaim na nagminay sino nog tayo na nagseman to. Kaya maga so itamo nan sini keon nan minangagis mo nan. Utamyo pa yun myo itseto no to te mito nog tayo na nagseman to. Kaya mga kyo gigway myo sitamo nan. Mino to skaya kanaga teita mo ya minan ke siski taguta kawim paitik no tawi nang semanto kiama eksis tamagi taunan hey
And they'll all say a word.
okay our chiefs here.
Maybe introduce yourself.
I'm from Enoch, former chief of Enoch, Howard Peacock, and I'd like to wish everyone a safe journey to the races here, the young people, and thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren Morin, former chief of Enoch and former Grand Chief of Treaty 6. I'd just like to welcome everybody here and just let the crowd know that this Turtle Island in Treaty 6 territory is the former Chief Lopatak and Chief Broken Arm territory. And they were our ancestors in this territory, and they're a horse people. So I just like to acknowledge that, and I hope everybody has a good time. You're going to enjoy this. You just watch. Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Rex Daniels. I'm with Team Ghana and Team Daniels, and I'm a counselor for 16 years at Eden Valley, Ghana, East Eden Valley. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Kim and the ladies that put this together. It takes a lot of work to put a show on like this, and I'd like to thank them. So thank you very much for having us here, and let's have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chief Eric Shirt. I'm from Saddle Lake. I want to thank our elder for the opening prayer, and I'd like to just acknowledge his words of giving thanks to our Creator and giving thanks to everybody that's here, and really thank all the workers that put this thing together. It's amazing that the work that goes into it. And I want to also just recognize all the riders and all the practice that they've done, to get here, and their hopes and goodwill in terms of winning this.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Calvin Bruno of the Papachaise First Nation. Welcome to Treaty 6 territory, and welcome to Papachaise traditional lands. I thank you for being here, and I thank you for coming and take a great show. We have our Papachaise relay team is going to rock you. But having said that, enjoy the day, the next 2 days. It's going to be awesome races, and we're going to have fun. And I want to thank the organizers and the teams for showing up. And go Oilers, go!
Hawa. My name is Chichel. I'm from Nakaras-Takigoe on Haida-Gwaii in British Columbia. This is a great event coming up here. I'm excited to see it. It's going to be me and my wife's first time. And we're really looking forward to it. I want to wish all the competitors a safe and exciting race, and you're all going to be winners. Hawa, and I want to acknowledge the chiefs. I'm proud to be in your territory, and I know we got a lot of work to do Canada-wide, and that's what we have to do as hereditaries and elected and other chieftainships that stand with us. Hawa to everybody. Travel safe, be safe during this pandemic. Hawa.
Hello, I'd like to welcome everybody on behalf of Super Series. My name is Kim Breton, and I'd like to thank everybody who came, all the 30 teams who came from United States, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. We hope you guys enjoy the day for our events.
Hi everybody, my name is Trina Shirt, and I just want to welcome everybody from Super Series, and I just want to thank all our teams that showed up here and chose Super Series to be part of, and everybody that came. I'm so thankful for this day and all you people that came, and so exciting, and let's let the show begin. Thank you. Oh, we have Levi Morin here from Enoch. Please give him a welcome applause.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Super Series Relay. We'd like to thank our brothers and sisters from the States for making this trip up to make this this event bigger and better. And now that we got these great facilities and these teams willing to travel, we want to make this Super Series as big as it could be. So thank you for all you guys' support. Get the word out, get some more people here, and enjoy.
I just forgot to, our main support is our families here. Oh, nobody wants to say thank you. Hello? Oh, hi, here I am again. Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. I just want to say thank you to our families. They have been our main support and helped us a lot to get this going, and with our children. And all our staff with Super Series helped make this happen, and everybody else out there, Roxanne and Art, and all our sponsors too. I'm going to announce you later throughout the show because I don't have my list with me here right now. But thank you, everybody, and let's let the show begin. Thank you.
Before we begin here, I'm going to introduce the Little Buffalo Pony Runners. They will be kicking off today's event with some races to begin. So thank you again to all the teams for coming, and give them one more big round of applause. You guys ready? The teams, you can head back to back where you came from. Yeah, you head back to the barns now. Anything else? Ahau Nigama. I don't even know what I'm saying. All right, let's get this done. I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Oh, we are ready, Josh. I guarantee you that. As I mentioned a moment ago, we've got a group of youngsters, and I believe it's 13 years of age and under. 9 teams in all. We're going to have 3 heats, and we call it the Junior Buffalo Pony Runners. It's scaled down. The Little Buffalo Pony Runners race is scaled down, but it is an exact replica, other than the size of the track that they're going to run on, is what you will see the big Warriors race on a little bit later. We've got all the members of the teams here, and there are 3 miniature ponies are used per race and per team here. Exchanges are made on the infield, and as I said a moment ago, they have to race just like the adults. But the junior track is shorter. We're going to use 2 barrels for them to race around. They start off at the start line, and they make a complete cycle and run the horses to the boxes, doing 2 exchanges with their teammates. When their last horse crosses the finish line, they are the winners of that race, okay? So that's the way it's going to work, and we're going to introduce them to you right now. In Heat 1, it'll be the Wild and Cree. The team owners, Adrian Badger. They'll be wearing the burgundy, black, and gold colors. And the Warrior Rider is C.J. Howes. The setter, J.R. Stanley. The back holder, Nitsi Waskowicz. And the catcher is Landon Gadwa. And they make their home in Kewin, Alberta. Next box, box 2, is the Whitefish Warriors. Gilbert Whitefish owning this young team, wearing the orange and blue. And, of course, the Warrior Rider is Nevada Cardinal. The setter is Keaton Whitefish. The back holder is Dawson Jackson. And the catcher, Kashmir Whitney, and they're from Big River, Saskatchewan. In box 4 is the Patagon relay team. Leon Patagon owns this group of youngsters. They're wearing orange, the blaze orange. Sarah Ave Patagon is the Warrior Rider. Lacey Patagon is the setter. Shayla Patagon is the back holder. And Kayla Patagon is the catcher. And they're from Onion Lake. That's an all-girl team right there, I believe. And that will be the first heat. You've met the teams. Get ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, aunties and uncles, nieces and nephews. Are you guys ready to see some Indian relay? Make some noise. So while we get situated on the right side of the track, well, the right side to me, I'm just going to explain my style of dance, do a little performance for you guys today, and then from there we're going to get started with the first event, which is... So my name is Daryl Breton Jr. I'm from Satellite Cree Nation. I'm 23 years old, and I'm very honored and blessed to be here today. And we have to give thanks to Creator, because Creator allowed us to all be here today. He made sure that we arrived safely. He made sure we didn't get any accidents or anything like that. So we have to give thanks to the man upstairs, the higher power up above, whatever religion that you practice. I'm spiritual. So at the end of the day, universe, Creator, Buddha, doesn't matter. There's one person upstairs. So I'm very thankful and grateful. And when I'm dancing, I was taught to dance for those that are less fortunate. I was taught to dance for those that are no longer able to walk. Dance for those that are paralyzed. Maybe they've been in an accident. Maybe they were born disabled. I dance for my ancestors that passed away in Indian residential school. I dance for all the survivors of Indian residential school, because there's a lot of intergenerational trauma. That's why I dance, to give those through me when I'm dancing on the dance floor. So I hope you guys enjoy. This is the men's fancy bustle. And it's just the men's fancy bustle, or do the ladies want to dance too? The ladies want to dance too? Okay. And oh, no, okay. So just myself, I'm just going to dance here on the track. And I'm going to do 4 starts. Oh. Down that connection though.
Yeah, because you covered the bottom. And now I'd like to introduce Cheryl Gopher from, where are you from? Dakota First Nation, and you are the MMIW advocate, and you were going to say some few words here.
Good afternoon, dignitaries, elders, and Relay family. I'd like to thank the Creator for this beautiful day. My English name is Cheryl Gopher. I'm from Soto First Nation, Treaty 6 territory. I am a caregiver, a daughter, a sister, a mom, an aunt, and most of all, a grandmother. I am a lady warrior, MMIW, two-spirited, and people advocate. I became a champion in the Indian Relay as Stone Stable's lady warrior. I became a co-aggregate and a champion. I've been a trailblazer and I mentor young women in the Indian Relay under Stone Stables. I will be delivering a message on MMIW and two-spirited and people. Dance. Kapeutotamusko nitisikasun. My spirit name is Calling Thunderbird Woman. It's the crackle of the thunder is who I'm named after. Today I will be the voice of people affected of MMIW and the two-spirited and people and our men. To the spirits that can not speak for themselves. Through my loud voice of the thunder and through the spirit of our language, they will be heard. Do not get offended. This is our truth. Soto First Nation, Utsinya, Nehiausko. Kainanto, Iteitamuk, Kawipigisquataman, Uma, Isquewag, Eguanapewok, Kamisuanatsi Hitzig, Kawanihutzig. I manum sisig is bigisqueg, Nesto, Kawanihagakuk, Kitasim Sinano. Ginstuteno, Nesto, Umamtineitzigano, Muihkats, Queske men Mamtineitakik, Kawanihakuk Sise, Kitaisimin Ninawak. Let's talk about mental health, of how our parents or families members' minds are never the same because of the constant agony of losing their loved ones and not finding them. Where could they be? In a ditch, in a field, in a makeshift grave, or fed to the pigs to hide the evidence. The root cause of MMIW originated in 1492, when Columbus first claimed he discovered us First Nations people. We were never lost. We were here first. We became lost when the voyagers of Columbus set sail and started raping and murdering our men and women. Today's society fantasizes Pocahontas as a princess, when clearly she was a product of rape culture and human trafficking back then. She was stolen and captured by John Smith at 14, who then took her to Europe to die of unknown causes at the age of 20. Since then, historical trauma originates from this era. Historical trauma occurs when trauma caused by historical oppression is passed down through generations. Now let's talk about Canada's dirty little secrets that has come to light. Residential schools, day schools, 60 scoops, the foster care system, human trafficking, extremely high rates of incarcerated Indigenous people, and where I'm from, near Balford, there were starlight tours. I had a neighbor who was my cousin who went missing in Saskatoon, where the RCMP took our First Nations in the dead of winter, blizzarding winters, and just left Lawrence to die on the outskirts of Saskatoon. The reason for my passion for MMIW is my first cousin, Crystal Paskman, was murdered in Saskatoon. And if you Google her, I don't want to give any triggers or anything like that, but just Google her name and you'll know what happened to her. And there's also a high-profile case of Colton Boucher, who was murdered in near Mosquito, where I live. Farmers now think it's okay to slur death threats and racial slurs to threaten through text, "I'm going to kill you." This is happening right now, and it's still, in this day and age, for it to happen, it shouldn't happen, and it's happening to my son. Now, think about all the abuse that has happened in the past. Now, picture this. All that has happened, these systems that were created by the government to kill the Indian in us. Why are we the way we are? We were perfectly fine with our own natural laws, where we lived in harmony with our people, Mother Earth, and our Creator. Do you think First Nations people have had a proper upbringing with all these intergenerational traumas that I have listed? To have loving parents? With that said, the time is now to empower our people. They did not kill the Indian in us. We are still here. We need to warrior up. To the parents out there, we have all misparented. The time is now to change how we parent. Look after our children. Do not yell or hit them. It chases their spirit away. Their spirit protector. Nagatame kitoasim sinanag. Encourage them to speak our language. It has a spirit. It will take them far. Take them to ceremony to connect with our Creator and Mother Earth. With that, I'd like to thank the organization of Super Series for allowing me to speak. Nanaskumun. Hi.
Thanks for sharing, Cheryl, those powerful words, and keeping it real, because we're all here for a good time to watch racing, but there's obviously bigger issues at hand, and it was good that she spoke about that. So without further ado, we have the little Buffalo Pony Runners on the infield here, and I think they're ready to go to race. Are you guys ready to watch these guys race? All right, well, let's get to it then.
All right, we are at the starting line right now, and you've already met the contenders, the Wild and Cree, the Whitefish Warriors, and the Patagon Relay Team. On the officials' count, they will begin. As we said, it's a shorter track than what the big relay racers are going to be utilizing here in a short time, but the same principles involved. There's the changeover from the rider to the horse, and of course they've got the setters, the holders, and the back holders and everything else that are utilized in the big races. Are we ready? As we mentioned a moment ago, the Wild and Cree, they are sporting the burgundy colors. The Whitefish Warriors are in the orange and blue, and the Patagon Relay Team in the blaze orange. Adrian Badger, owner of the Wild and Cree, Gilbert Whitefish, owner of the Whitefish Warriors, and Leon Patagon, owner of the Patagon Relay. Check this out right here. It's the Wild and Cree rounding the first barrel. It's a tight corner. The tighter the turn, the faster the time. It's a wild race for second and third, but right now the Wild and Cree are in the lead. There's the change. He has to run down there onto the Pinto pony, and he is flying. He's got one more barrel to go, and he'll be in the home stretch. Somebody scream at them right now. How fast can the Pintos run? And here comes the big long-legged pony bringing up the rear as they round that last barrel, and it's going to be another change right here to the flaxen mane and tail. We're still looking at the Wild and Cree. Whoops! And this is where the money's made. We just saw a change in the leaders right here. It's the Whitefish Warriors. Whoa! Check it out. It ain't over till it's over. Did you see that move right at the end? The Patagon relay team. And that's Sarah Ava Patagon. Whoops. A little bit of a wide swath on the last barrel. It looks like it's going to be Whitefish Warriors. Nevada Cardinal, the warrior rider on that steel gray horse, making her way down to the track. And that is going to be heat number 1. We'll get the official results. Josh Jacko, I think you'll be able to get them a little quicker from your vantage point down below. And you know the old saying, it ain't over till it's over. That's exactly what the Wild and Cree were doing there. C.J. Howes, of course, the warrior rider. As we tabulate and make sure we got the right team in first, second, and third, how about you give heat number 1 a little bit of your appreciative applause right now? While we tabulate the times and get the right people in the right first, second, and third positioning, we're going to go with heat number 2. And this heat will consist of the Little Daniels relay team, owned by Skip Daniels. They're wearing the purple, blue, and green colors. Smokey Daniels is the warrior rider. The setter is Canada Daniels, and the back holder, Zias Ear. The catcher is Mariah Daniels, and they're from Eden Valley, Alberta. Big Bear Express will be in box number 2. Gary Okaney is the owner-manager of this team. They're wearing the black and gold. Dawson Okaney is the warrior rider. Brixton Quinney is the setter. Jotun Cardinal is the back holder. Naza Waskowicz is the catcher, and they are from Saddle Lake, Alberta. Oop, stand corrected. They're from Frog Lake, Alberta. And Little Spearheaders relay will make up the third team in this heat. Leon Cardinal is the owner. They're wearing the black and red and turquoise. Queen Jackson is the warrior rider. Sierra Stone is the setter. And this is with Jotun Cardinal as the back holder. And Nizga Waskowicz as the catcher. And they are from Saddle Lake. So you've gotten your toes wet. You saw how it works in heat number 1. All we're going to ask of you in heat number 2 is you get a little bit more vocal. And if you want to lay a little bit of money down with your friends, your neighbors, your in-laws, or your outlaws, now's the time to shine. Get the bets going, get the good-natured rivalry going, because it's going to continue on after our race meet tonight in the Battle of Alberta. But right now, we are in the middle of the Battle of the Little Buffalo Pony Runners. As we mentioned a moment ago, we got 9 teams in all in 3 heats. Even that Little Bay pony getting a little bit antsy. And we missed introducing to you the Carlson relay team owned by Irvin Carlson. They're in the yellow and red. Cade Racine is the warrior rider. Brooks Boise is the setter. Cassidy Racine is the back holder. Cooper Carlson is the catcher, and they're from Browning, Montana. And they're off right now. Take a look at who's in the lead. It's the Big Bear Express in the black and gold. Oh, that little bay pony's going to shorten up, but that tight corner is going to make up for it. We got somebody on the ground and a little mini Appy that thinks he's running for the roses right now, but he's going the wrong way on a one-way street. We are still with the black and gold in the lead right now. Check this out, the Big Bear Express. They're onto the Pinto Pony now, and you're looking at the Big Bear Express. And, of course, right behind them is the Carlson Relay team. Hey, they made up for some lost ground right here. The Big Black Pony closing in. They're going to make a change one more time as they move in, and as you saw in heat number 1, the money is won and lost in the exchange. On to another little Pinto Pony, but look out. Here comes a long-legged Shetland around the corner here. It looks like unofficially, as we check it out, it's going to be Big Bear Express. I think unofficially are going to be your winners. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed heat number 2, why don't you let the youngsters know how you feel right now? Now, something we haven't mentioned yet is that we keep a running tally of the fast times, and the fastest teams from today's meet are going to be coming back tomorrow for all the championships, all the accolades, and most importantly, all the money. So you got to be tending to your business on a Sunday to get back for the money on a Monday. All right, we're going to the last and final heat of the Little Buffalo Pony Runners. So it'll be the Little Spearheaders relay team, and of course they are owned by Leon Cardinal. They're wearing the red, black, and turquoise. And this is the outfit that had young Akeem Jackson as the warrior rider. Sierra Stone is the setter. Jotun Cardinal is the back holder. Niza Waskowicz is the catcher, and they're from Saddle Lake. The second team is the Treaty 6-2 Nation. Gerald Meachance is the team owner. They're wearing the green camo colors. Connor Pewap is the warrior rider. The setter is Pepe, and the back holder is Gabe, and the catcher is Ann, and they're from Red Pheasant Nation out of Saskatchewan, the Ochise, Alberta. And the third team in this heat, Little TK Farrier out of Tyson, and the owner is Tyson Head Sr. They're wearing the lime green and black colors. Tyson Head Jr. is the warrior rider. Thorn Sand is the setter. Mikhail Cardinal is the back holder. Preston Shirt John is the catcher. And they are from Mitsubishi, Saskatchewan. Mistawassis, Saskatchewan. They are making their way into their respective boxes, and of course the warrior riders are at the starting line. And they are off. Oh, boy. Now, what I'm looking at right now is we've got two teams wearing the white jerseys, so that's going to get a little bit complicated, but you can still cheer them on long and loud. That last pony, he took a look at that barrel and said, I'm not going around it. One more corner to make, and here is where they make the exchange. You make a flying dismount from one pony and leap onto the other. This one's a little bit bigger. I think TK Ferrier in the lead. Ooh, it's going to be close. As the late, great Ed Whalen would say, almost a malfunction at the junction. Nice tight corners on the second one, but the little flaxen mane and tail, he saw his buddies going the other way. He said, I'm going to take the shortcut off the expressway. One more corner. Yeah, there's a shining example of how tight the corners are for all the cash. There's a leap onto the tall paint horse. Try it on the other side. That works better. That's the TK Ferrier team right there, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And, of course, Tyson Head Jr. is the warrior rider. Whoops! There's a little bit of buck in the bay today. Whoa! If that horse don't want to run on the track, you can put that pony in the wild pony bucking contest at the rodeo. And Tyson... TK Ferrier team, Tyson Head Jr., Treaty 6, 2 Nation. They are crossing the finish line as well with Connor Pewap as the warrior rider. And that little bucking horse went all the way down the track. Hey, take a look at this right here. That's a little bit of warrior riding. I don't care what you want to call it. That's a lot of try because that horse is testing that young man right now. And he's taking the bay to task. He said, you want to run, you want to buck? We'll do it right here on Century Mile Track. Ladies and gentlemen, as he makes that last round to have an official time for his team, how about we pay all of our youngsters off once more? Here are the official results for Heat 1. In first place are the Whitefish Warriors. Second place, the Patagon Relay Team. And third place, the Wild and Cree. In Heat number 2, first place, the Big Bear Express. Second place, the Carlson Relay Team. And third place, Little Daniels Relay Team. And in Heat number 3, Little TK Ferrier Team capturing first place. Treaty 6, 2 Nations in second. And the Little Spearheaders in third. Those are the official results for the Little Buffalo Pony Runners. We're going to take a big, deep breath of that good old pure Alberta air, and we're going to come right back to you with the Lady Warrior Race. Ever hear the expression, sometimes the best man for the job is a lady? Well, you're going to see if it holds true here this afternoon. We have 2 heats of Lady Warrior Racing, Women's Indian Relay, if you will. In heat number 1, we have 2 teams, the TK Ferrier team owned by Tyson Head. They're wearing the lime green and black. Passion Straight Nose will be the rider. Billy Strongman the setter. And team number 2 in that heat will be the Old Sun team owned by Allison Red Crow, wearing the blue and yellow. Logan Red Crow is the rider, and Rose Door is the setter. I forgot to mention the catchers for both of these teams, Kennedy Letea and Jordan Smith, respectively. Mistawasa, Saskatchewan, and Siksika, Alberta, respectfully. Wow. You never know what you're going to see when you come to the relay races. You know, you ever hear the expression live and unrehearsed? That was a surprise race right there. That's what we call a flat race. Flat out speed is what that was right there. You know, when we talk about the history of Indian relay, this is, as my buddy Josh Jackson alluded, or Jacko alluded to during our opening ceremonies, or our warm-up, if you will, the roots of Indian relay racing can be traced back to ancient times, and it is the original extreme sport of North America. And this is an example of an Indigenous education and the continuation of horsemanship, especially with the group of youngsters that we just watched. When we watch these kids perform in what we call the Little Buffalo Pony Runners competition, you can rest assured that the sport of Indian relay racing is looking bright and it's in good hands. Extreme and intense, that's what you're playing witness to here this afternoon. Now this is what we call the Little Warrior Race. It's basically a flat race. You look at these kids riding these little horses, they could ride a hole through the wind. Don't think for a minute there isn't a lot at stake amongst these youngsters. The bragging rights and the pride and all of the hours and days and weeks of effort in the training and conditioning of the young ponies and the young riders. One thing about it, when you showed up at Century Mile Racetrack this Sunday, you're getting your nickel's worth. If you'll pardon my grammar, there ain't no whoa. This is a warrior race. You'll notice that the riders had to start a running start. Leap onto the back of the ponies and take a look at this right here. The Little Warrior Race is what we're watching. It's amazing as to how fast some of these short-legged little ponies can run. They kick her into overdrive, and there ain't no whoa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you one more time while all of the youngsters, male and female, and all of the little ponies can hear you. How about we make a bunch of noise for the kids? Wow, Josh Jacko, what an afternoon at the races, huh? I know you've got something special down below. This being a celebration of our history and our culture, I'm going to direct your attention down below in a moment's time. You're going to be treated to a traditional powwow performance. Well, get ready. We're going to step away for just a moment from the powwow performance. It looks like we've got the Little Lady Warriors coming onto the track right now. Here's a question. Let's just take a little survey right now. Where are all of the ladies in the crowd today? All the women, let's hear from you right now. Cool.
I don't know.
We've got a public service announcement right now. If we could have all of the spectators that are inside of the red taped off area, right where the drum and dancing corps are, if you're not part of the drum and dancing corps, you need to step out of that area right now. So that goes for everybody that's not part of the drum and dance corps. Would you please step out of the area that's got the red tape in it? If you got your youngsters hanging on the fence, you need to move them, please. If you're not a part of the drum and dance corps, you have to step out of that area. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
This is our only mic?
Yeah.
The heck? I thought they were going to give us a few.
Well, kind of, you did it last year. Just do what you have to do when there's dead air. Like, kind of train them up.
So we've also been asked to announce that you have to be behind the bench seating area during the course of the relay races. You cannot be leaning up against the fence. You have to be behind the bench seating area. That's not only a safety issue, it also assures that everybody gets a clear vantage point to watch the great races. So if you're leaning on the fence, you got to step back. You got to be behind the bench seating area. We thank you for your cooperation and enjoy the afternoon. Here come the Little Lady Warriors right now. Check this out. These girls are going to ride them like they stole them all the way down to the far end of the track, and you want to talk about a horse race as they round that first corner. Check it out. They're jockeying for position. Did you see how they maneuvered right close into the rail there? They know that the tighter end of the rail, the advantage is for the team, for the horse and the rider, as they round into the backstretch right now. And we don't have the names of these particular teams, but I guarantee you this, you are playing witness to a great, great race. It's a 1-2 punch going right now, but don't count the third team out as they're making up some lost ground in the backstretch. As we said during our opening ceremonies, this is the only 1-mile thoroughbred racetrack in all of Western Canada. It's a long haul for the horses, but they will play off of your enthusiasm. As they come around that far corner, the clubhouse turn, you can start hooting and hollering a little bit. I know a lot of you people are well versed in the Indian Relay racing program, and a lot of you know the competitors here. If you've got a favorite jockey or a favorite team, when they get within earshot, we want you to go a little bit crazy on a Sunday afternoon. They are into the clubhouse turn now. They're coming down the home stretch. You want to get loud and proud on a Sunday? They can hear you. Come on, lay it on them. Start hooping and hollering. That leader has stretched out a lead of a country mile. It's a first, second, third amongst the third team, and the young lady in the orange colors. She makes her way across the finish line. Excellent job. I point out to you, too, that these ladies are riding their horses bareback. There are no saddles for those of you that might be newcomers to Indian Relay Racing. It's all bareback. It's all traditional. You might even see a war bridle once in a while utilized in this. Here comes the third place finisher. Make her feel welcome, would you please? JJ's Newsamuk, I think, is that third place rider coming in right now. So we got the official results for the Little Lady Warrior race. First place was the MC Relay team. Shayla Patagan was the Lady Warrior rider, and they're from the Red Pheasant First Nations. Second place, the Blue Blossom team. Jessie Vagan was the Warrior rider, and in third place, JJ's Newsamuk. Sarah Jackson was the rider, and they're from Good Fish Lake. That's for the Little Lady Warriors.
Mic check, 1, 2. Make some noise for JJ Samusamin. She fell off her horse and she got back up. She taught us a good lesson today. When you fall down, all you gotta do is get back up. When life hits you hard, when things aren't going your way, when it's raining, when it's a storm, just keep going, keep pushing forward, and you'll make it to the end of the tunnel. You gotta see that neon light at the end of the tunnel, you know what I'm saying? So without further ado, I'm gonna actually introduce our powwow dancers. We have some champion women's fancy shawl dancers. They are from Thunderchild, First Nation, Saskatchewan. Make some noise for our women's fancy shawl dancers. We have Carla and Sunita joining us today. They are in their teens. We need to give a round of applause for them because performing in front of people, speaking in front of people, especially when all eyes are on them, especially when there's cameras on them and everyone can see them on the big LED screen, is very, very nerve-wracking. And I guess I should also call our drummers back to the drum. This is your signal. Come back to the drum. We're going to get started here with our power performance while we get ready for our next heat coming out. And while we're getting ready here at the stage, everyone that's along this fence right here, I am just going to give you a fair warning. Our next races, our next heats and everything, our teams are going to be here in these boxes right along this fence, this gate. So you guys need to take like 2 steps back. Like one good step, but at least 2 steps back. Because we don't want anyone to get injured. Like if you're on here or if you have your hands here, the horses could come. You might get your hands squished or something or your arms squished. We don't want that. So when the next heat comes out and the next racers come out, just make sure and be mindful that we're kind of away from the fence so we're not getting injured or anything like that. So we have our women's fancy shawl dancers here. And as you can see, their regalia is really, really beautiful. And they have shawls that they have on their back. And the women's fancy shawl dancers, I was taught that they're actually representing the butterfly. Just as the butterfly is about to land, away the butterfly goes again. And just like the women's fancy shawl dancers, when we see them dance, they're really light on their feet. You'll notice the way that they're moving, the way that they're dancing with their feet, and the way that they're moving their shawl and everything like that. They're really light on their feet, and they're quick, and they're energetic. And they actually say the women's fancy shawl originated because of the men's fancy bustle. So I'll do a little quick history lesson just to give them a moment to get ready. So quick history lesson. So I'm a men's fancy bustle dancer. I danced to start off after the grand entry. So long time ago, just the men were only allowed to dance. Just like long time ago in Canada, just the men were only allowed to vote. Just like the men were the only ones allowed to work. But as time went on, as we progressed, the women are like, we are just as good. We have 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, 2 ears. We're just as good as the men. Why can't we dance? Why can't we work? Why can't we vote? So anyways, the women started to stand up for themselves, and that's exactly how this dance originated. So at the powwow, the men's fancy dancers were called out to the dance floor, and a woman actually got dressed in the men's fancy bustle regalia, wore the feathers, wore the rocker and the roach and everything, had the whipsticks in her hands, and she went out there and she danced. Half of the audience, they were booing her, they were telling her to get off the stage, they were throwing stuff at her, throwing garbage at her, telling her to get off the stage, she's being disrespectful, that's a men's dance, you're not supposed to dance. But then the other half of the crowd, they're like, you know what? Why don't we have women dancers? Why don't we have categories for the women? You know what? So that's what happened, and that's what started the women's fancy shawl. So the women's fancy and the men's fancy, the women's is a lot more, they're more lighter on their feet compared to the men's fancy. I'm kind of like heavy on my feet and doing a lot of different ground moves and everything. So without further ado, I could talk all day, all night, and I'm pretty sure you guys still want to learn about all the teachings and knowledge that I have here to share with you guys. But I'm going to get off the mic here. I'm going to call up the women's fancy shawl dancers. So let's give a round of applause, and we're going to take it away. Round of applause for our women's fancy shawl dancers. So, they were dancing to the drum right here. And the drum is actually really, really sacred because we're all on Mother Earth right now. And Mother Earth has a heartbeat. And they say that the drum is representing the heartbeat of Mother Earth. And just like when we're in the womb, about to be born into the world, boom, 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 boom. That's the same beat that we hear in our mother's tummy. So we're already moving around, we're already kicking her rib cage and everything like that, and because we're hearing that heartbeat, we're hearing that drum beat. So that drum beat's really sacred, and it symbolizes Mother Earth's heartbeat. And I'm not sure if one of the drummers would like to educate the crowd about some history, some teachings about the drum. It could just be anything, any little quick 30-second education. I guess I could educate. I'll just continue to talk. So right here at the top, we have some hide. This hide could either be moose, it could be deer, it could be buffalo, it could be the different skin of the animal. So that's what we're banging on and creating that sound. And every drum is different because of the hide is different, the thickness is different, and everything like that. So every beat will sound different according to whatever drum is setting up and drumming. Another thing that I'll educate for the crowd here today, just 1 second. So I'm going to talk while the ladies catch their breath, and we're going to do a second song, but the second song is going to be a change up. So the first beat was a straight beat. It was just straight through and no trick songs, no trick stops or anything like that. But the second song that we're going to do right now is we're actually going to switch it up and we're going to have a crow hop. So you'll notice that the beat is a little bit different. And then since the beat is a little bit different, you'll notice that the ladies, the women's fancy shawl dancers, they're also going to be dancing a little bit different as well. And for those of you that would like to watch up close, you're more than welcome to come around. We have some red tape up at the stage, so you're more than welcome to come up, record, take pictures. But if you're comfortable with where you're sitting, then you're more than welcome to just watch on the big screen. We have our cameraman here. He's doing a fantastic job. Hi, Mom. Ciao, just kidding. So now I believe our women's fancy shawl dancers are ready for our second song, and we're going to switch it up. Make some noise. Give them a round of applause. Let's hear that energy. Round of applause. We might need some first aid here at the drum group. If there's first aiders, a stum, come to the drum group. We have one of our dancers. because of the pandemic, because of COVID, there's not much powwows, and therefore we're not dancing, we're not exercising our body, our lungs and stuff like that. And I even feel the same way, especially when I'm just getting back into it after a long winter. So we gotta give a nice round of applause, a loud round of applause for our women's fancy shawl dancers. They're dancing their hardest, they're dancing their heart out for us here today. So I'm actually gonna pick on the crowd, because you guys are all looking at me. Everyone's looking at me, even the people on the camera looking at me. So I'm gonna pick on the crowd, but I need someone, a volunteer. I'm gonna teach you guys how to dance. Oh, I saw your hand. I saw your hand, get up here. Hurry up, get up here. Okay, right on the stage, let's go on the stage. Okay, what's your name?
Shauna.
Shauna, where are you from?
Edmonton.
You're from Edmonton. She kind of hesitated. Where am I from? Don't worry, Shauna. I'm going to take it easy on you. Don't worry. So I'm actually just going to teach you what my mother taught me. So to dance powwow, there's 3 steps. There's 3 basic steps. The first step is the beat. We need to feel the beat. So do you listen to radio or music when you're driving in your vehicle?
Yeah, all the time.
Okay, when you're listening to like your favorite song, do you kind of like move your shoulders, move your head, kind of like jam out in the car?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the same thing with the drum beat. We hear that beat, so that's step number 1. Step number 2 is our feet. So my mother taught me that Mother Earth, we're gonna use her as the drum, and our feet are gonna be the drumsticks. So every time the drumsticks are hitting that drum, that hide, our feet are the drumsticks hitting Mother Earth. And it's a simple step. So it's just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And you kind of just repeat. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Look at her. She's already moving her shoulders. She's already like getting into it, moving her head whole. Did you dance before? So the third and final step, after we hear that beat, after we're moving our feet, the third and final step, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some air. We're gonna add a bounce to our step. So we hear the beat. I'm kind of like bending my knees. I'm moving my arms, moving my shoulders like you were. And then now we're gonna add our feet. I'm gonna step 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now the third and final step, I'm gonna add some air. So I'm gonna add a little bounce to it. And then from here, I could literally do anything. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Just kidding, a Pepsi. So from there, you could literally, like the 1, 2, I could, instead of tapping, I could kick. So I could just kick in the air. I could kick to the side. I could tap behind me. I could do heel toe. I could do heel toe. I could do this. I could can you do crisscross? Crisscross? There we go. Crisscross, 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 crisscross. So I can do kind of pretty much whatever moves I want to do as long as it's in beat with the drum. I'm going to teach you, can I teach you kind of a hard medium move? Okay, so let's actually get you to stand right here. It'll be easier if you stand right there. So where you're standing right here, there's like 4 boxes, right? So our right foot, we're going to take it and we're going to cross in front into this box. This is box number 1. We're going to cross in front. This is box number 2. Yeah, you already know. Box number 3, box number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Round of applause for our volunteer. Thank you so much. Just gonna take a look here. All right, they still need probably like 5 more minutes. Okay, no worries. I got some tricks in my bag right here. Can I borrow this? Okay. Do you want to grab that cup? Oh shit.
Carry the bag too. There you go.
I came ready. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. All right, be good. So my auntie, her name is Kim. She's one of the CEOs and founders of Super Series Indian Relay, and she asked me to be a part of this. and help do production, do entertainment, and everything like that. So I'm very thankful and grateful to be here. And I'm always more than happy to help my family, especially if it's anything to do with my Indigenous culture and empower my people, as well as educate Indigenous and non-Indigenous about my culture and our traditions and our teachings and our history and our story. So I'm actually just gonna talk about my regalia right here, if you wanna get a nice little close-up. So I'm going to talk about the regalia because a lot of people have a lot of questions, especially if you're non-Indigenous. Like, what do the colors mean? What do the designs mean? Like how do you get it? How do you come about it? There's all these questions. So my mother, she taught me that we can earn our colors through ceremony as well as our family. It can be given to generation and passed down. Not only that, but nowadays it you can just pick your favorite color. So like if my favorite color is green, I can actually use green in my regalia. So there's, I guess you could say, 3 different ways. In ceremony, I earned it. I went to ceremony, went to a sweat, I went to Sundance or something like that. I earned my color through ceremony. The second way is it's passed down through generation to generation within my family tree. The third and final way is it's just my favorite color. I love the color orange, I love the color blue, I love the color yellow, I love the color green. It could be anything. And then something else that my mom also taught me, I'll use this color right here. So red, for example. Red to one individual could mean like anger, and then red to another individual could mean love. So red, the color red, and every single color that you see on the regalia, on all the dancers, it means whatever it means to that dancer. And it also means whatever it means to you. So for example, the color green can mean and represent the grass, the trees. They give us clean oxygen for us to breathe. So the color green is really important as well. That's why I have it on my regalia. And then not only that, but like for me, orange, it represents the sun. The sun gives life to all living things here on Mother Earth. And that's why I have the color orange right here. And then my flowers that I have right here, these are called florals. And I'm Cree, from Saddle Lake Cree Nation. And the florals are actually one of the Cree people's designs. And it's been passed on for many generations. So that's why I have florals, because it represents who I am. I'm Cree. As well as I also have an elk right here. And the elk has significant meaning to my Indian name, my spirit name that I earned in ceremony. And I was also taught not to share my spirit name, my Indian name with those, because people could use that to harm me or like put hurt towards me or anything like that, negative energy or whatever, juju, whatever you believe in. So that's exactly why it's on here. It has to do with my spirit name. And then not only that, but I want to talk about the word Indian, First Nation, Indigenous. There's so many different words, and I see that there's Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in the crowd, and you guys might wonder, like, which word do we use? So, long time ago, when the settlers first came to what is now known as Canada, what they first called us was Indians, and then we were called Indians in the legal papers, Indian Act, and everything like that is written in stone. And then from there, we kind of switched the name up from Indian to Aboriginal, and it's been Aboriginal for a long time. And in June 21st, that's when there's National Aboriginal Day. But then that word Aboriginal recently switched and changed. They're ready? Oh, okay, well, Stum, where are you? What did they change to? Oh, okay, so it changed from Aboriginal to Indigenous. And then within the word Indigenous, there's the First Nation, the Métis, and the Inuit. And stay tuned until the next break for the rest of the story and the meanings behind the words. Thank you so much.
How about a nice round of applause for Mr. Daryl Britton? Not only a wealth of information, but a multi-talented man. Thank you so much, Daryl, for all of your help. You've been an MVP on today's team. Thank you. Get ready because it's the chief race. Now this is a unique race in itself right here as you're going to play witness to a 100-meter start on foot when it's a warrior race, but in the chief race, they're already going to be mounted right at the start in one lap. I don't know if they're going to do it all the way around this track, are they? A whole 1 mile if they go all the way. And again, this is addressed to the newcomers to our sport of Indian relay racing. What you might not realize is we've got a whole contingent of race officials. We call them judges, officials. In hockey vernacular, they'd be called referees. These are the men and women that make sure everything is on the up and up because there is a rule book that lays out the rules and regulations and the stipulations of Indian relay racing. And, of course, everything is carefully measured out right from the boxes where the horses will be held, the start, the finish line. It's all down to the intricate detail because the monies and the points earned throughout the year count towards the race for the national championships and maybe even the world championships later on. So a lot at stake on a Sunday afternoon at Century Mile. In heat number 1, in the chief race, we are looking at the Northern Cree Express. And the MC Relay team will be the second team. The Ghana team will be the third team. Daniel's Relay team will be fourth. Treaty 6, Two Nation will be fifth. And Wild and Cree will be the sixth team in the chief race. Many of the contestants wearing the traditional headgear symbolic of our leaders, our chiefs. They're going to ease on up to the start line, and they are off. You want to talk about run with the wind, check it out. But remember, this is a long track. It's 1 mile of dirt. You got to have a fast horse. You got to have a horse that's got the endurance. As they round that first corner, it's anybody's ball game right now. The first 4 teams are very much in the mix with team number 5 coming up from the rear. The Wild and Cree team looking like they got a little bit of a late start. But as you take a look on your big screen, the Northern Cree Express team is in the lead right now. But remember what we said, we're going to go to that catchphrase, it ain't over till it's over. They're rounding that third corner way down there across the lake, and they're bringing her home right now. It is still the Northern Cree team, or the Northern Cree Chief Rider in the lead, and he is stretching her out. What was the vernacular? About 14 teepee poles long. As they come around the clubhouse turn, here's where you get a little bit louder on a Sunday. They can hear you. If you got some money laid down, you need to scream the place down. Come on, lay it on them right now. Northern Cree in the lead, and they are going to be the first team across the finish line. Check this out. Are you ready? You know what to do. Give it to them right now. Tyrell McGilvery, the famous one, riding for the Northern Cree in the chief race. Wow, what a race, what a race. If you liked it, why don't you let them know about it right now? And as we said, sometimes it's a matter of principle and a matter of pride. You got to finish what you started. Wild and Cree bringing her home at the end there. There's a great shot if you're looking across the way on the video board. Talk about the color and the pageantry. And again, this is addressed to the newcomers to our sport. Check out these thoroughbred horses. They have got all the regalia, the traditional war paint and the paint of the horse that was utilized by our ancestors so many years ago. They bring it back to us to enjoy on a Sunday. We'd like to have you keep in mind that tomorrow is going to be another day. We haven't even gotten into the meat and potatoes of this afternoon yet, so don't you dare leave. But I'm just trying to plan ahead for you. Tomorrow will be the finals, the championships. All the fast times, all the winning teams will be coming back to compete for the money and the titles tomorrow afternoon. So this is the preliminaries, if you will, on the Sunday. Also been asked to remind the people that have got the tickets and are eligible, the buffet is also available inside the casino if you'd like to partake of that.
I'll be like everyone else at their drum group when you go sing for them. Watch the drum for me.
If you haven't got your 50-50 tickets, I'm going to encourage you to get some. We've got people that are selling 50-50 tickets throughout the seating area. If you haven't got one, why not buy one? You can go home a winner just like today's top racers. Put a little jingle in your jeans, a little extra money for you to enjoy on the long weekend of May, or maybe enjoy it right inside in the casino. Why not? Lay your money down, double it and triple it. You never know. Once again, we need everybody back from the fence. That was Daryl Britton already explained that to you, and he did it in such an elegant way. I'm just going to say you have to get back from the fence, or we'll have to ask you to leave. We can't have anybody hanging over the fence when our relay racers start here, okay? So please cooperate with us. We thank you so much. We're going to need you behind the bench seating area is what I've been told. That's the information I've been asked to pass on to you, so please do. In first place in the chief race, the Northern Cree Express bringing her home. Second place, the MCE Relay Team. Third place, the Treaty 6. And in fourth place, the Gatna Team. And fifth place, Daniels Relay. And sixth place is the Wild and Cree. That's the way it shook out in the chief race on a Sunday. So I'm only going to say this one more time before we unleash the hounds. No, I'm just kidding. I'm asking for your cooperation. If you're leaning on the fence, you got to step back. Come on, people. We know how it works here. It's relay racing. There's a lot at stake. It's not only a safety issue for you, it's a safety issue for the handlers of the horses, the riders, and everybody else involved. If you're hanging over the fence, you spook a horse, you could cost somebody not only a serious injury, but you could cost them a lot of money while they're competing here. So we ask for your cooperation, and we thank you. As I said a moment ago, get your 50-50 tickets because you can't go home a winner unless you got a 50-50 ticket. If you haven't got one, you need to get one. Get ready. Here comes heat number 2 of the chief race. Papa's Chase, Whitefish, Carlson Relay, Old Sun, and Heathen Anchors. Those are the teams, and they are off and running. Papa's Chase Joseph in the lead right now momentarily, and I'm going to emphasize the word momentarily because when you're at the Indian relay races or the chief race, the flat race, the Little Warrior race, anything can happen. As you can see right now in the first corner, we've got a challenge for that first place. The Whitefish Warrior Chief has just ridden into the lead right now by about a nose, and they are just about neck and neck. They're battling it back and forth. Carlson Relay bringing up third place, gaining ground, moving in, and look at fourth and fifth. It's anybody's race. Everybody in the mix as they're coming down the backstretch right now. Wow, this is an even matched race. They come around that corner, the far side of the other side of the lake. Now they're starting to stretch it out a little bit. Now we're starting to see a change in that leader. Check this out. They are in the clubhouse turn right now into the home stretch. You know what to do. Papa's Chase in the lead. He's looking over his shoulder. Wow, did you see that? The Carlson team just moved into second, but this one is a long ways from being over. Although the Papa's Chase team has got a stranglehold on the lead right now. He's going to win it. Olson Whitefish Warriors are going to make up second and third right now. What a finish for this race here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to lend a little bit of vocal enthusiasm. Give a hoot and a holler. They thank you for your participation. We're going to get the official results from this last heat of Chief Race in just a moment's time. As we are making sure by way of our officials that the right I's are dotted and the right T's are crossed, the right team gets to claim first prize in this chief race. What a great afternoon in celebration of our culture. Everything from the horse races, honoring our horse culture, of our ancestors, the dancers, the drum corps. There's a lot to see and do here on a Sunday afternoon at Century Mile. When we talk about the prestigious Super Series Indian Relay, everybody in town for this event right here at Century Mile, the history maker. We've got visitors and dignitaries from beautiful BC. We've got teams from south of the Medicine Line, the 49th, from Montana, North Dakota. We got teams from Saskatchewan and Alberta. As I said, everybody's here for the gathering.
Where'd you guys get your traditional drum from?
You can say hello to Joseph Jackson going along the fence there. Man, he knows how to work a crowd, doesn't he? Roberta Jackson, would you please go to the gate immediately? Roberta Jackson, please go to the gate immediately. Once again, while we've got a moment's time, we'd like to thank all of our volunteers, as well as our paramedical staff and our doctors of veterinary medicine on site at all Indian relay races. We're not only concerned about the two-legged athletes, but the four-legged superstars as well. Thank you so much for your being a part of our program and our afternoon.
Mic check 1 2, welfare check 1 2. Cha, just kidding, Auntie. Just kidding. So I'm gonna do a performance for you guys. I'm gonna showcase the men's fancy bustle here on the stage. I'll do a lot more moves since I won't be in the dirt and it won't be that hard to dance and do some footwork and stuff like that. So if you guys want, you're more than welcome to come close around the stage and watch, or you could just stay in your seat and watch on the beautiful LED screen that we have here at the Century Mile Racetrack and Casino. Shout out to Century Mile for allowing Super Series to come and host our event here, our season opener. A round of applause for Century Mile Racetrack and Casino. Thank you. Because if it wasn't for them, and if it wasn't for truth and reconciliation, if it wasn't for the call to actions that my cookums and mushums and my ancestors have put together for reconciliation and the steps and actions that we could take to actually reconciliate together, it wouldn't be happening right here today. So thank you so much, Century Mile Casino and Racetrack, for allowing us to come here and host this event, and also being like the best host as well, treating us like royalty, making sure I have water, making sure that I'm good to go, making sure I have my snacks, and if I'm ever hungry or anything like that. I'm so thankful and grateful. So I'll just reintroduce myself if you're just coming here, just getting here. I'm Daryl Breton Jr. from Saddle Lake Cree Nation. I'm 23 years old, and I'm going to be showcasing the men's fancy bustle and the history and the story of the men's fancy bustle. I want you guys to use your imaginations. We all know the circus. We all been to one or heard of one, and we have the general idea of what a circus is, right? They set up their big white tent. They do their performance. They have their people doing their flips and tricks. They have the animals, putting them through the hoops and the fire and everything like that, and doing all the tricks. So that's what a circus entails, right? They take down their tent, they go to the next city, the next town, they set up their tent again, and they do the same performance all over again. So in the 1800s, there was a show. It was called Buffalo Bill's Wild West Show, and they would actually have powwow dancers at this show every single town and city that they travel to. And it was a similar idea to the circus. They set up their big white tent and they would do their powwow performance. So the women's categories, we have the women's traditional, the women's jingle, and the women's fancy. The men's categories, we have 4. We have the men's traditional, which is the oldest style. And the men's traditional dancers, when they're dancing, they're actually telling a story of them hunting. They're representing the warriors, the hunters. They'll have their arms up. They might have a shield in one hand and their eagle fan, and they might have a stick or a spear in the other hand. And when they're dancing, they have their arms up. Maybe they're looking at the ground. Maybe they're analyzing the footprints, the animal tracks. They're telling a story of them hunting. The second oldest style for the men's categories is the men's grass. The men's grass dancers, they're imitating the wild, the grass blowing in the prairies, the long, tall grass that's up to your waist blowing in the prairies, the way that it's moving when it's windy, the way that their yarn is moving, the way that their body is moving, they're imitating that long grass blowing in the prairies. Not only that, but the men's grass dancers, they are very symbolic because they teach us balance. Because long time ago, we actually didn't have lawnmowers, right? So in order to bless the ceremony, flatten the grass, we would call on the men's grass dancers, and they would come out and flatten the grass. So how do they teach us balance or symbolize balance? Because if I'm just dancing with my right leg, my right foot, doing a bunch of cool moves, just pretend I'm in a field with grass up to my waist. This grass is all flat, but this grass is still up to my waist because I didn't dance with my left leg yet, my left foot yet. So whatever I do to the right side, I gotta make sure I do to the left side. So that's what the men's grass dancers are doing, and they teach us balance. With night, there's day, man, there's woman, good, there's bad, negative, there's positive. So there's balance in life. With death, there's birth, so there's balance in life, right? So the men's grass dancers, that's what they're teaching us. The third oldest category is the men's chicken dancers. So the men's chicken dancers, they go like this. I'm just kidding. No, they don't do that. Holy, you thought they actually did that? Just kidding. So the men's chicken dancers, they're actually imitating the wild prairie chicken, whether it's in the bush or in the prairies. And the way that they're dancing, the way that they're stepping, the way that they're moving their body, they're imitating that wild prairie chicken to the best of their ability. They're moving their shoulders, they're strutting their stuff, and they're imitating that wild prairie chicken. And the most contemporary style of dance is the men's fancy bustle, and that's the fourth and final style. And it originated in the 1800s with Buffalo Bill's Wild West shows. So they wanted more audience to come to these shows. They wanted to make more sunias. Sunias is a Cree word for money. Can everyone in the audience today here say sunias? Sunias. So hopefully some of you win some sunias at the casino. Just kidding. So they wanted to make more sunias, so Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, they thought of, how about we create a whole nother dance style? How about we create something that's more energetic, that's more flamboyant, that's more eye-catching? So on my shoulders, I actually have a bustle around my shoulders, and the men's traditional, they'll have a bustle around their waist. The men's grass, they'll have no bustles at all. The men's chicken, they'll have like a little bustle around their waist. And then the men's fancy, when I have my second bustles on my shoulders, it makes me look larger and taller and bigger than life. So that's why I have a second bustle on my shoulders. And then not only that, but in my hands, I have my whip sticks. So my hands are moving, my shoulders are moving, my arms are moving, my arm bustles, my legs are moving, even my feathers are moving on the top of my head. My eagle feathers are rocking back and forth. So my head is moving, my arms are moving, my upper body, my lower body, everything is moving. And they say this is where aerobics originated with the men's fancy bustle. And it was originated to create more audience to come to the show, come to Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, to generate more sunias, sell more tickets. And that's how men's fancy originated and came to be. It's one of the most contemporary styles, as well as the most energetic style. So without further ado, I'm going to showcase the men's fancy bustle for all of you guys here today.
Four starts? Four starts? Okay. Just a little shake at the beginning.
Okay. And then maybe, if I'm not too dead, we'll do a curl hop to like 2 starts. Okay. That's okay. Yeah. Okay.
So we are standing by for women's relay. Enjoy. How about a great round of applause for Mr. Daryl Britton doing an amazing job for us as always. We're going to move to the ladies relay race right now. The ladies are standing by with their horses, and I know those thoroughbred horses aren't going to stand for much longer. The ladies relay race, 2 teams tonight, or this afternoon rather, consisting of the TK Farrier team owned by Tyson Head. They will be wearing the lime green and black if they are wearing their traditional colors. The rider in this race is Passion Straight Nose. The setter is Billy Strongman, and the catcher is going to be Kennedy Letea. They're from Mitswich, Saskatchewan. The Old Sun team owned by Allison Red Crow, and they will be wearing, are they going to be wearing the blue and yellow? They might even be wearing orange today. Who knows? Logan Red Crow is the rider, Rose Dorr is the setter, and Jordan Smith is the catcher, and they're from Siksika, Alberta. So our ladies relay teams are getting set to go. They'll be bringing the thoroughbreds in. Once again, if you got an inclination to have a little bit of sport on a Sunday, don't be afraid to get with your friend, your neighbor, or as I say, your in-laws or your outlaws, and make a friendly wager. That'll make your trip home a little bit more exciting, especially if you cleaned out your uncle, okay? So don't be afraid to lay a little bit of money down. As we said a moment ago, get your 50-50 tickets. You need to do that right now. We'll be making a draw. Somebody's going to go home with a lot of cash this afternoon. Also, we've been asked to remind you that those of you that are eligible, that have the proper accreditations, the buffet is available inside. So lots to see and do here on a Sunday afternoon. And they're making their way down the track, or just outside of the track. You're going to meet them in a short time. Don't forget, tomorrow, Championship Monday, as we say, noon, 12 noon, high noon, is when we're going to kick things off. That's where all the big money is going to be paid. The championships and the laurels and the bragging rights are going to be handed out. I'm thinking we're looking at 2 teams waiting at the gate. Could be wrong. If you have a look on the Jumbotron, there's a great view of the Treaty 6 banner. We had the great flag raising here at the start of the show. What a great afternoon. All of our chiefs, all of our dignitaries, the councilmen. Once again, we're going to ask you to back off the fence, please. We can only tell you so many times. Please back off and away from the fence. Yep, the teams are making their way onto the track. We need you back from the fence, and that means all the way across. What part of that don't they understand?
After a while, yeah, but normally I only have to hold it up for like no more than 5 minutes at a time, like just for the, like 2 minutes for the race, 2 minutes in there, and then it's on a tripod for the rest of the day, so. Do you have the tripod in here? No, it's set up on the balcony. Because normally from the balcony we'll fill that section over there, those stages. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we can go eat right now if you want. We'll walk around there while the announcer kind of talks about them and their laws and stuff like that. Okay. Then they bring them on track, and then from there I'll go from the balcony.
So we're going to give our lady relay racers all the time that they need. As we said a moment ago, a lot of money at stake, a lot of pressure here, as this is one of our richest and most prestigious Indian Relay Race meets here, the first one of the season. I'd like to remind you, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, the Super Series Indian Relay Race schedule will take everyone to Ochase Rocky Mountain House, I think. That's where they will be. A moment ago, we talked about the officials and all the moving parts and all the people behind the scenes. There are 10 to 12 officials at a meet like this. That's how carefully scrutinized the contestants and everything that goes along with Super Series Indian Relay Racing actually is. 10 to 12 officials that will be analyzing and enforcing the rule book and making sure everybody competes as they should. So the TK Farrier team, owned by Tyson Head, will not be wearing lime green and black. They are in the blaze orange as they make their way down the track. The Old Sun team, owned by Allison Red Crow, they are in the yellow. The rider for TK Farrier is Passion Straight Nose. And for the Old Sun team, the rider is Logan Red Crow. Setter for TK Farrier, Billy Strongman. The catcher, Kennedy Litea. And they are from Mistawasa, Saskatchewan. The Old Sun team, the setter is Rose Dorr. The catcher is Jordan Smith. And they're from Siksika, Alberta. You know, the cool thing about this great facility is you sit down on the benches like we've requested, you still have an awesome vantage point. You're right up close and personal. And we appreciate your cooperation on this, as do the contestants. It means so much to them to be able to compete at a peak level. And they are off. As we said a moment ago, it's the TK Farrier team in orange, and they are in the lead. And yes, it's blue and yellow. Blue and yellow for the Old Sun team. And as we mentioned a moment ago, Passion Straight Nose riding in the blaze orange. Logan Red Crow, she's in the blue and yellow as they round that first corner. At this point in time, the TK Farrier team is in the lead by, I'm going to say a country mile. But as we also pointed out to you in the previous races, the money and the races are won and lost in the horse exchange. Right down here front and center, that is so crucial. You can be leading by a half a mile, and if you have a miscue in changing mounts, that can change the whole complexion of the outcome of an individual race or heat. Right now, as you see on the far side, on the other side of the lake, as we say, it's the TK Farrier team, owned by Tyson Head. Passion Straight Nose, she isn't even whipping and spurring. She's just sitting up and riding, and that horse is running today. Coming right behind the Old Sun crew, owned by Allison Red Crow, and, of course, Logan Red Crow. She's trying to make up for some lost ground. They are into the clubhouse turn. Hey, she made up for some ground. She's closed in a little bit. Here's where it's going to get dicey. And here's where you get loud again. Remember what we told you? The louder you cheer, the faster they run, and things can happen in a big way. You can see the awaiting horses already getting a little bit antsy. They know what's going to happen here. They're coming in. That's a whole mile race in itself as they make their way across. It's going to be Logan in the lead. Logan Red Crow. Nope, she's in second. Oh, wow, now she's in the lead. But right here, let's see how smooth they can make the exchange. You know, I believe it was last fall at the Enoch Indian Relay Race for the first time in Canada that we had women relay races. There is a shining example how a smooth transition can help pave the way to a championship. As we are still looking at the TK Farrier team out front. Passion Straight Nose. She had a beautiful exchange there. It worked out in her favor. Meanwhile, once again, the Old Sun team with Logan Red Crow at the helm of that horse. They know they have to make up some lost ground. Whether they can do it or not remains to be seen. The TK Farrier team is now in the backstretch. They are lengthening the distance. They just seem to be catching another gear right here. They're making it look easy. If they can keep the pedal to the metal, they will be the champions by quite a bit. But if you take a close look right now, have a look. The Old Sun team, Logan Red Crow, has somehow put the whip to that horse, and they seem to have caught a gear. They're moving in. They're getting a little bit closer. As the TK Farrier team is rounding what we call the clubhouse turn, headed for home, they're bringing home the Buffalo. Right now, in first place, coming across, looking for a little bit of noise from you people. Why don't you lay it on them, make them proud as she makes her way towards the finish line. Look at this. Check it out. It's going to be a little closer than what we thought. The Old Sun team is closing in. You consider the amount of ground that she had to make up on the backstretch. That's an amazing comeback. They can hear you. Come on, give it to them. That was a lot closer. I wonder. I'm wondering if Passion Straight Nose realized how close Logan Red Crow was behind her. I got a feeling she thought she was a lot further back than that. Yeah. That was an outstanding Lady Warrior relay race. Remember, all things have to be taken into account. Any rule infractions, that's why we have 10 to 12 officials, as we said a moment ago. And that's why we await the judge's response before we give you the official winners. There's a reason for that. It looks obvious here, but you never know what might have happened on the backstretch or what have you. So we analyze, we get the word from our officials. They give it to us, and we give it to you. But what I'm going to ask you to do right now is how about you give it up for the ladies one more time. Logan Red Crow stepping off. Nice job, Logan. And of course, her great team, the Old Sun team owned by Allison Red Crow. Logan, of course, was the rider. Rose Doer, the setter. Jordan Smith, the catcher. They're from Sixica. And there, unofficially, is your winner, Passion Straight Nose, and the TK Farrier team owned by Tyson Head. One more time for the ladies in this heat. So we're going to give you a second or two to catch your breath, and then we're going to come right back with heat number 2 of the Women's Indian Relay. 3 teams in all in heat number 2. Right now, I'm going to direct your attention down towards the winner's circle as the second member of our great team of Super Series Indian Relay Racing is standing by, Josh Jacko, and he's going to have a word with the winner of that last heat, and that, of course, would be Passion Straight Nose. And of course, Passion, like any great horseman or horsewoman, she's concerned. She wants to make sure the horses are looked after. You can see the members of the team are walking those great thoroughbreds, cooling them down, making sure they're ready for tomorrow's championship round. And I'm sure right now Josh Jacko is getting the attention of Passion, and he's going to call her over, and they're going to give you an inside look and feel of what she was thinking. So, as we say, Passion Straight Nose, if you'd look to my colleague, Josh Jacko, he's standing by, and he would love to have a quick word with you.
Test. Test.
You're on, Josh. We can hear you loud and clear.
I'm good. You can hear me? Yes. What an exciting race. I'm here with the winner, Passion Straight Nose. Exchange on the first exchange there. How did it feel? It looked pretty smooth from my vantage point. How long have you been doing Indian? What? We had to go a little bit. Let's go. Right. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Now we can hear. In and out. So you won your first race. You're batting 1,000. Are you excited for tomorrow? TK Farrier, Passion Straight Nose. So,
well, I'll tell you, I'm sure those were some great words. We'll make sure that we've got all the bugs out of our audio system and ourselves here for the next one. But thank you, Josh Jacko, and congratulations, Passion, on a great race right there. As I said, heat number 2 coming up right now for the women's relay. I'll tell you, if you happen to be a horse lover or got a passion for the equine industry, you've come to the right place right here, Century Mile. Not only today in the great Indian relay racing and the traditions and the trappings and all of the pageantry that goes along with a great history, relationship with the horses, but anytime you come to Century Mile track, you are definitely going to get an eye full, an ear full, and your money's worth when you come to the track to watch the horses at this great facility. So all of the teams in heat number 2 for the women's Indian relay, we need you to start lining up right now. This particular heat of women's relay, we've got 3 teams. It might get a little bit crowded out on the freeway in this one right here. We'd like to introduce them to you right now, starting with the Arrowhead Relay team owned by Clifton Shirt. And they should be wearing the white, orange, and blue. Shayla Pategan, she's the rider. Cammie Jackson's the setter. Cindy Jackson's the catcher. They're from Saddle Lake, Alberta. The second team will be the Blue Blossom Express. They're owned by Lloyd and Daniel Vagan. They're wearing the royal blue and lime. Jesse Vagan is the rider. Chanel Hogan is the setter. And Cindy Jackson, stand corrected, Danielle Vagan is the catcher. Mandaree, North Dakota is where they make their home. And the Saddle Butte Sisters, again owned by Lloyd and Daniela Vagan. They're wearing the hot pink and turquoise. Haley Vagan is the rider. Cecilia Reelbird is the setter. Mackenzie Robertson is the catcher. And again, they make their home in the Badlands, Mandaree, North Dakota, USA. Okay, people, we need you off the rails. What part of this don't you understand? Get back off the fence. Wow. Unbelievable. If you don't love your kids, get them right up against the fence. Throw them over top. No, I'm just kidding. Shouldn't say that. So we are watching two teams from North Dakota, one team from Alberta. Now you got a couple of rules of thought here. You can get all patriotic and cheer your Wild Rose Alberta team on long and loud, or you can look at it like this. You can show the North Dakota people how you treat them and how long and loud you can really cheer. So it looks like we're going to go with two teams right now, and I think they are the two North Dakota teams, if I'm not mistaken, the Blue Blossom Express and the Saddle Butte Sisters right now. The Blue Blossom Express riders, we said, is Jesse Vagan. The Saddle Butte Sisters is Haley Vagan. So this is a family affair. These are two sisters going nose to nose right here. Right now, it's the Blue Blossom Express in the lead. They're wearing the royal blue colors, but not far behind is the hot pink and turquoise of the Saddle Butte Sisters. They're in the backstretch right now. This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out affair as these two sisters, this great family, are pitted against each other. Great horses, great horsewomen, all of them. And, of course, Mom and Dad own both teams, so that makes it even all the more interesting. They're coming around the far corner across the way from the lake. And as we said and we saw in the previous heats, right when you make the horse exchange, that is so crucial as to what your success will dictate the end of the race. You got to have a good, quick, clean exchange. Get off, get out, get on, and get out of town real fast if you want to be a champion. I guarantee you one thing, these ladies from North Dakota, they're going to do all of the above and then some as they are coming down the home stretch right now, getting ready for the first exchange. As we're looking at them coming in, it's the Blue Blossom Express, ridden by Jesse Vagan. They're in the lead, the Saddle Butte Sisters in the hot pink and turquoise. Haley Vagan, they're not far behind, and they're coming into the home stretch. They're going to make their way to the box areas where they're handlers, catchers, and holders are all standing by with a fresh set of horses. Look at this. They're moving in right now. They're going to be a little bit more careful, maybe. She's running towards that black horse. She's up, she's out. She's at him, just about run over her sister. There's no love lost in Indian Relay. Get her turned around and get her going the right way, and let's see how fast this bay pony can run. Now you got some ground to make up. Now you got to catch your sister. That Blue Blossom team knows what it's like to be a champion. They were already a champion group down in Casper, Wyoming at the big Indian Relay race meet down there last year, so they know what it's like to be in the winner's circle. They are putting the pedal to the metal, as we say. They're in the backstretch, and this time they're not letting up at all. Jesse is going for the gold right now. But hey, I just noticed something. Haley seems to have caught a gear. She's gaining ground. I guarantee you it could be a long drive back to Mandarin, North Dakota if there's too much of a distance between these two teams. It's not only about who's coming back for the championship tomorrow, it's about the bragging rights. And when you got to live with your sister, can you imagine? You can't let her beat you by much if she's going to beat you at all. Watch this. Into the clubhouse turn. Now they're down the home stretch. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're looking for. I want you to show the North Dakota ladies how we do it in Canada. Come on, they need to hear from you. Lay it on them. And it looks like it's going to be the Blue Blossom Express. Jessie Vagan, she's the rider. Chanel Hogan was the setter. Daniela Vagan, she was the catcher from Mandarin, North Dakota. Saddle Butte sisters, they're in second place. Haley Vagan, she was the rider. Cecilia Reelbird was the setter. And Mackenzie Robertson was the catcher. All from Mandarin, North Dakota. Thank you, ladies. What a great race.
Test. See me as well? The mic is on and ready to go. Okay. It's just not live yet. When you start talking, they'll turn it on. Okay.
Should we go? We should go a little further over there.
You can go closer. Whatever you want.
Blossom? Okay, thanks. Jesse Vagan. Blue Blossom, they are in the royal blue.
Josh Jacko, what a race that was, my friend. I know you're going to try and catch our leader, I'm guessing, right there, as he's trying to get Jesse slowed up. She's leading that second horse, that first black horse there.
Get a minute. Can I interview you? Do you have someone that could take her? Congrats. I missed that race because I was inside the washer. So Jesse Vagan? Vegan? Yeah. Good to go. What a race that was. I'm here with the champion of that race, the winner, Jesse Vagan. First of all, how was that for you? Did you feel good? Did you did you have a good exchange? Was that successful?
Yeah, we came in pretty good. It was a bit slow, but we haven't been working with miles. Races back at home, it's usually half a mile.
Yeah, I know it's quite a long race, this full mile. How long have you been doing Indian relay for?
I've been going for 3 years, but I've been riding single for 4 years.
Nice. So you obviously love it. You're pretty good at it too. I mean, coming out number 1. Are you excited for tomorrow?
Yeah, I've been excited for this Canadian race for a long time.
Yes. Well, give it up for the winner of Heat 2, Jesse Vagan. Back up to you, Joe.
Thank you, Josh. Congratulations, Jesse. Great race. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to take a short pause for the cause. We're going to invite you to stop by the Indigenous cuisine vendors, or if you want to partake of some of the arts and crafts, have a look around, take a load off your feet. We're going to have a short intermission here. Grab a bite to eat, and we'll be back in a short time from right now.
I think maybe having that as a backdrop, maybe.
Yeah.
You know,
This way, pose.
Pose.
Here, quick.
do the interview. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, right
Okay,
over
yeah.
here. Yeah, because we were doing it over there, but the mic kept cutting out because it was so far.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll just do it over here. And I think I'll interview him first, and then you take the picture after the interview.
Or when their horses are here, put all their horses together with their team.
Okay,
with
yeah,
their horses.
that's a good idea.
Take a picture, they can take off, and then you can
Mic
do
check,
Okay.
1, 2.
Yeah,
All right.
I'll go over here.
Oh, that they're going to interview now because it's happened already, so they'll realize it now.
And then go grab those ones. Hey, I wonder if I should just leave them out there. You think it'll be fine? What's that? My camera? It should be fine. I don't think anybody will bother. Right across and grab it.
Mic check, 1, 2. Who's driving that tractor over there? Where's our groomer? We're supposed to groom the.
It's real.
Mic check. There we go. There we go. All right. While we're taking a little break, while they're going to groom the track, it's going to take about 20 minutes. You're more than welcome. We have vendors just to the north side of the casino right here, and we also have 2 food trucks. We have Indigenous Grill. They have a lot of delicious meals to choose from, as well as we also have Native Delights as well. They're both set up there. They both take cash. They both take check. They both take e-transfer. They both, I'm pretty sure, have tap. And if they don't, there's an ATM right there, just in front of me, right in front of me, center stage. We also have the buffet upstairs, as well as the restaurant, which is called Last Mile. The finish line. Okay. So you can eat at the Indigenous food trucks, Indigenous Grill, as well as Native Delights, or you can even go upstairs to the buffet. You can go, it's called the Finish Line. They have a beautiful view up there. There's glass. You're more than welcome to go and explore, eat some food, as well as you can just chill out and wait while we're going to be grooming the track here. Any second, that tractor's not moving. So you know what? I'm going to get comfortable because I'm going to do what I do best. And for the crowd that was really interested in learning more about the Indigenous culture and the different labels that we have, that's all it is. And what I was taught by one of my older brothers is he explained to me the reason why we went from Indian to to Aboriginal to Indigenous, and they're switching the label all the time. It's just to confuse us and to like add to like trying to assimilate us and confuse us, manipulate us, as well as exploit us and everything like that. So they just want us to constantly kind of be confused and not really know who we are. That's why they keep switching the name on us. So that's what I was taught from my older brother. But I'm just going to educate the crowd here today. But before I do, I'm also going to be mindful. We have some cookums and mushums. So for those of you that don't know, cookum is Cree for grandmother in my Cree language. Mushum is Cree for grandfather in my Cree language. So we got the cookum and you got the mushum. So what do you do with mashed potatoes? You cook them and you mush them. So that's exactly what you do. That's how you can remember cookum and mushum. The reason why I'm highlighting all the grandfathers and grandmothers that are here today is because my grandmother, my cookum, she's old school. She's old style. So even though there's Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous, she's like, don't call me Aboriginal. Don't call me Indigenous. I was born an Indian, and I'm going to die an Indian. Just kidding. She didn't spit on me. But anyways, that's how my cookum is. She's just old school. She's just straight up like that. That's how she was. That's how it was growing up back in the day. You had to have thick skin and everything like that. So I just want to highlight that real quick. If there's any cookums and mushums out there, if you want to be classified and identified as an Indian, by all means, you're an Indian if that's how you want to float your boat. But I'm just going to educate the masses with today, 2022, the correct way of identifying the First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people is by calling us Indigenous. So there's Indigenous and there's non-Indigenous. Within the word Indigenous, there's the First Nation people, there's the Métis people, and there's the Inuit people. The First Nation people, they're the Cree, they're the Dene, they're the Blackfoot, they're the Saulteaux, they're the Nakota Sioux, they're the Anishinaabe, they're the Mi'kmaq, they're the Navajo, they're all the different tribes. And in every tribe within the First Nation culture, we all have our own language. We all have our own traditions and teachings and upbringing. So I also want to highlight, if whatever I'm saying here in Cree territory, I'm Cree, and if there's any Blackfoots in the crowd and you're like, that's not how the chicken dance originated, that's what I was taught. I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm just explaining and teaching what I was taught here in Treaty 6 territory. So without further ado, I was explaining the different tribes. So for example, I'll teach you guys how to say hello in a few different tribes' languages. So I'm Cree. How we say hello is dan se. Can you guys say dan se? Dan se. So that's hello in Cree. And then we also have the Nakota Sioux. And the reason why I'm using the Nakota Sioux is because my children, they're half Cree and they're half Nakota Sioux. So their mother is from Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation, which is located 45 minutes west here of Edmonton. So how the Nakota Sioux people tribe, how they say hello is they say, there's two different ways of saying it. There's a short way and the long way. So the short way is like abashtet, and then the long way is abawashtet. And that's hello in the Sioux language in Alexis there. And also I'll teach you like how to say thank you. So I know how to say thank you in Ojibwe. So Ojibwe, they're over in the Manitoba region. I honestly don't know what territory that is. I believe it's Treaty 1 territory, but don't quote me on that. It's somewhere in Manitoba, the Winnipeg area down there. The Ojibwe people, there's a lot of Ojibwe people in that area, and how they say thank you is they'll say me gwitch. Can you guys say me gwitch? Me gwitch. Me my ginch. Just kidding. Me gwitch. That's how you say thank you in Ojibwe. And then I'm Cree. How we say thank you in the Cree language is hi, hi. So it's like you're saying hi, hi, but it's hi, hi. That's how we say thank you in Cree. And then the Nakota Sioux, they say thank you, ish, nish. Try that. Ish, nish. So you already know how to say thank you in Cree, hi, hi. You know how to say thank you in Ojibwe, miigwech. You know how to say thank you in Nakota Sioux, ish, nish. So that's just to give you a little taste of all the different tribes that have all their own language and all their own teachings. I'll also use another very symbolic symbol in our indigenous culture, which is the medicine wheel. So the medicine wheel has 4 different colors, which represents the 4 different seasons, the 4 different stages of life, as well as the 4 main races across North America. So you'll notice that from tribe to tribe, different territories that you're in, some of the medicine wheel colors will change. So for example, here in Treaty 6 territory, we'll use red, white, blue, and yellow. But then I'll use my Ojibwe brothers and sisters, for example. Instead of using the color blue, they'll use the color black. But it's the same medicine wheel, it's the same similar teachings and everything like that, but just their own specific nitty-gritty details about the colors and what it means and what it represents and where it came from. So I just want to be mindful and educate the masses that every tribe has their own language as well as their own certain teachings as well. So whatever territory that you're in, whatever tribe that you're visiting with and networking with or doing business with, you want to be mindful of their way of life, their teachings, and how they were brought up. Just kind of how if we went to your home, we're going to be mindful of your way of life and how you were brought up within your household, within your ranch, or wherever you're from. So, so there's the First Nation people, and then now we have the Métis. So the word Indigenous has First Nation, Métis, Inuit. So the Métis people, all they used to be called, and they're still called, half-breeds. So their mother and father is Indigenous, and their other mother and father is non-Indigenous. It doesn't even matter. They could be Caucasian, they could be black, they could be Chinese, they could be Asian, they could be Korean, they could be anything, they could be Indian, they could be Punjabi, they could be anything. So as long as their mother or father is non-Indigenous and they had a baby with a First Nation individual, then they come together and create that Métis bloodline. And the Métis flag, let's see, I don't think we have the Métis flag. Okay, if a lot of you probably saw the Métis flag before, but if you haven't, the Métis flag is just a blue flag, and then on that blue flag is a white infinity 8. And they say that that white infinity 8 represents the First Nation blood and the non-Indigenous blood coming together and creating that Métis bloodline. And the reason why it's an infinity 8 is because it's going to be everlasting. All the Métis people here today, they're going to be creating Métis babies. All the Métis babies, they're going to create more Métis babies. And then sooner than later, there's a lot of First Nation people that are having babies with non-First Nation people. So then therefore, it's going to start from the top again. And that Métis bloodline is going to be starting from the top again. So I strongly believe that the Métis bloodline will be forever and ever, and that's why they have that infinity 8 on the flag. And the last, I guess you could say, section or category is the Inuit people. The Inuit people, they live in the northern parts of Canada, in North America. There's also Inuit people in Alaska, which is the United States, but they're still in the northern parts of North America. And they have their own category because the Inuit people are in a completely different environment than us here in central Alberta. They have different climate, they have different territories, maybe it's rocky, maybe they have permafrost all year round or 7 months throughout the year. So they have a different way of life, they have a different way of surviving, and they have a different way of teachings and everything like that. And I actually have a few Inuit friends, and they're actually not supposed to be called Inuit, it's Inuktitut. Inuktitut is like the traditional way, the proper way to say Inuit, Inuktitut. And I'm still learning about my Inuktitut brothers and sisters, so bear with me up here on the stage, but I'm doing the best of my ability. So there you go. It's not Indian, it's not Aboriginal. And the reason why I went from Aboriginal to Indigenous, because I asked an elder, I was like, why are they switching it from Aboriginal to Indigenous? Like, I was just getting used to Aboriginal. And she said, well, just think of normal and abnormal. The difference between normal and abnormal is abnormal's weird, abnormal's different, abnormal's not okay. And if we're the original people of Turtle Island, of Canada, of North America, then why are we called ab-original? There's nothing abnormal about us being the original people of the land. So then I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense why we don't want to be aboriginal. And then from there, it just switched up to Indigenous. And for a few years now, it's kind of just been the more regular term, I guess you could say, for identifying if you're First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. You would just say Indigenous. And I'll even use myself and my mother, for example. My mother didn't even know she was First Nation until she was 17 years old in high school. So for me to be born and raised in my culture, I'm very lucky and blessed because like I explained before I danced for all those ancestors and survivors of the Indian residential school. So the goal of the Indian residential school was to kill and assimilate the Indian in the child. It was literally written in the legal documents with the federal government of Canada. So they wanted to kill us off and assimilate us, and I'm just having, okay. So my mother, she wasn't brought up that way because her mother, my grandmother, my kukum, she didn't learn those ways and everything like that. She was beat and everything like that. So you have to be mindful. There's a lot of people that are First Nation. They're clearly First Nation. They have the features. They have the eyebrows. They have the cheekbone. They have the brown skin. But they might not even identify as a First Nation person because of their way of being brought up. Maybe their mother and father, since they went to Indian residential school, maybe they were taught to not be proud to be First Nation. They were taught that all the negative stereotypes, we're alcoholics, we're nothing, we're not going to do anything in life, we're not going to go anywhere in life, all we're going to do is just stay on the reserve and everything like that. So that's what they were taught, and that's why they don't want to identify as a First Nation person, because they were taught not to be proud. But then meanwhile, on my end, I was taught to be proud. For example, I have long hair. I have my braid. My mom taught me to grow my hair, and she taught me what it means, what it represents, what it symbolizes, that strength, that wisdom, that unity, and everything like that. So I'm very proud of who I am, and I'm more than happy to be here on the stage and educate the masses while we're kind of grooming the track real quick. And just real quick, some crowd participation. Make some noise if you learned something new today. Okay. Whew. Okay, I'm not just talking to myself. Just had to make sure I wasn't aware. I see everyone looking at me, so thank you so much. It really means a lot. 'Cause like even though I've been performing ever since I was a little boy, it's still kind of nerve-wracking a little bit, but you just get more comfortable as you're speaking on the mic and performing. So my mother, she didn't know she was First Nation until 17 years old in high school. That's when she actually started learning about the First Nation culture, because people would always ask her in high school, hey, are you First Nation? Hey, what First Nation are you? What tribe are you? Where are you from? And then my mom was like, I don't know. I'm from BC. I'm from a reserve in BC, I think. And then she started to get deeper and deeper into the knowledge of our culture. And she got in touch with an elder in her school at the time. She was living in Grand Prairie, going to school, high school. And then from there, let's go. We can't even go. They're cleaning the track. Where do you want to go? To the washroom? Go ahead. Go to the washroom if you want to go. Staga waga. Anyways, I want to go too. Let's go Oilers. Or let's go Flames. Cha, just kidding. I see you. I see. I just got you excited. Just tickled you. Cha, just kidding. Anyways, it's going to be a good game tonight. I hope that we're kind of ahead of schedule a little bit. So maybe we could finish like right around when they're starting. And maybe if we bug the tech people, maybe they could figure it out and put the game on the screen while we're all here, you know, because puck drops at 6 o'clock. So anyways, my mother, she got in touch with an elder. That elder taught her everything that she knows today. And then everything that I know today is because of my mother. So very thankful and grateful for her, because not a lot of people were born into my culture, were born into powwow, were born into ceremony and everything like that. So I'm very thankful and grateful. And going back to the Indian residential school and the 60 scoop, if you guys don't know what the 60 scoop is, it's basically when a First Nation woman gave birth, they took that baby as soon as she gave birth in the hospital, and they took that baby and they put that baby far, far away with another family, a foster family. And that baby is First Nation, clearly, but then they're growing up in like Texas or something like that with a Caucasian family, with a Muniao family. So Muniao is a Cree word for like white people. So Muniao, whenever you hear Muniao, that's what it means. So I'm sorry, I'm exposing my Cree people. Anyways, so Muniao. So they take that First Nation baby. She literally just gave birth, and they're taking her baby, and they're putting baby like across North America, across Canada, and putting that baby in a non-First Nation household to assimilate that Indian in the child or assimilate our First Nation people. So they tried all these tactics, and in all honesty, some education real quick. The reason why, like, why are they trying to kill us off? Why are they trying to assimilate? Like, doesn't make sense. Like, what are the First Nation people doing? They're not doing nothing wrong. And the reason why is because the Muniaos signed treaties with the First Nation people in agreement to share the land, and an agreement to share the land with the treaties is we will always have healthcare, we'll always have education, and there's many more inherent treaty rights that we have as First Nation people. So to the government, it's like, damn, they're costing us a lot of money. We should just try to kill them off. We should just try to assimilate them so we don't have to uphold the treaties anymore. And still to this day, there's a lot of treaties that aren't even being upheld that were signed long time ago. And it's not even that long ago. Like, Canada's only like 151, 52, 53 years old. That's not even that long ago. I have a grandmother that's 97 years old, like my in-law. And so she's almost 100. She's almost as old as Canada. Like, holy smokes. Anyways, that wasn't a long time ago, and there's still a lot of governments, provincial and federal, that they're trying, but then there's a lot that are kind of not even trying at all. But anyways, that's what I strongly believe why they're trying to assimilate us and kill us off, is because we're just costing them a dollar amount. Oh, damn it, we have to give them education until as long as the rivers flow and the grass grows and the sun shines. That's how long the treaties will last. They'll be here forever and ever, because the sun has been shining long before the people were even here on Mother Earth. The rivers have been flowing long before the people, as well as the grass. The grass has been growing long before the people were even here on Mother Earth. So I don't know what ancestors, what chiefs have made those treaties, but they were definitely thinking. They were thinking like, for the next 7 generations. And there's a lot of my Indigenous people going back to those negative stereotypes, how, oh, they're nothing but alcoholics, they're not gonna do nothing in life, they're just gonna stay on the res and not do nothing or anything. There's a lot of my First Nation people, Indigenous, that are doing really good. Like, they're lawyers, they're doctors, they're dentists, they're business owners, they're in the permanent makeup industry, they're in the beauty industry, they're hustling, they're selling lashes, they're doing nails, they're doing hair, we're performing, I'm dancing all over the world, all over North America. What I do is I create apps for First Nation communities, and I actually created a joint venture partnership with a software development company. I'm not sure if this could go on the big screen or if it's too bright. Oh, wait, maybe it's too bright. Maybe if it's like kind of shadow. Can we see? No, that's too bright. Oh, okay, there we go. Kinda. There we go. It's kind of showing up. But anyways, my whole screen right there is First Nation reserves as well as tribal councils across Canada. And when I started with the company last June, we had 22 clients. And fast forward to now, we have 65. So I almost tripled the company. I have 1 more week left before my 1 year. Well, actually I have 3 weeks left because I started halfway through June. I have 3 weeks left before my 1 year mark, and I tripled the size of the company. And if it wasn't for Rob Campry, I don't know if he's still here, but shout out to Rob Campry. He's from Fort McKay First Nation, and he's really educated and intelligent when it comes to building and creating relationships with First Nation and non-First Nation businesses, and using the federal procurement strategy, and also using Call to Action 92 in the Truth and Reconciliation about creating space for Indigenous businesses and business ownership. So he's really smart when it comes to that, because Fort McKay First Nation, if you don't know where that is, that's actually in the heart of the oil sands. That's right by Fort McMurray. They're like maybe 30, 40 minutes west of Fort McMurray. So there's a lot of industry, Shell, Imperial Oil, all these big oil companies that have been doing business with Fort McKay and on their reserve as well. So they kind of learned how to create relationships, how to create joint venture partnerships to not only benefit the oil company, but to also benefit the First Nation reserve that they're doing work on or that they have to pass through or whatever the case may be. So Rob taught me a lot, and he taught me some bullet points to speak with the owners. So Mark and Sean, they are the founders and owners of the company, and they started their software company in 2002. So it's been around for 20 years now, and I started last year, and here I am, 23 years old, and I managed back in February, I sat down with the owners. So Mark and Sean, I believe they're both in their 40s, and then myself, I'm just in my early 20s. They were sitting on one side of the boardroom, and then I was sitting on the other side of the boardroom at our office downtown by Rogers Place. And I was kind of nervous, I was kind of scared, but I was like, I want to work with you guys. I don't want to work for you guys. And the reason why I'm generating so much business is because I'm First Nation myself. I know how to walk the talk. I know how to make them laugh. I know how to connect with them and relate with them because I'm First Nation myself and everything like that. And that's how I'm able to get so much business. And not only that, but there's a lot of chiefs and counselors and CEOs and director of operations and band managers that run the reserve, high quality individuals within the First Nations. They just want to support me. They just want to support me. They see me as like a young Indigenous entrepreneur, and they're like, you know what? Like, yeah, we'll get this app. We'll try this technology, and yeah, we're more than happy to support you. Anything else we could do to support our young Indigenous youth, we're more than happy. So they were kind of exploiting me in a way because I was getting them so much business. So I sat down with them in February, and I was like, you know what? I've been exploited before with car sales because I was the face of like One Nation auto loans, but it was really just like a regular dealership like Toyota or Ford or Dodge. But on the Facebook page, it was the One Nation auto loans. So I was getting all these First Nation leads because I'm First Nation myself again, and you feel more comfortable doing business with someone that's from the same background, the same culture, right? At the end of the day, you just feel more comfortable. So I was exploited before in car sales, and I was like, you know what? I'm not going to be exploited again. And I did a lot of personal development and everything like that. I went to University of Alberta, but I actually dropped out because maybe if I did like Bachelor of Commerce or whatever, I would have stayed with it. But I was doing education and Native studies. And what I'm doing right here today, I have contracts with Edmonton Catholic Schools, Edmonton Public Schools, and also like other industry businesses that are not schools. And I travel all over, I perform all over, and educate the masses all over. And it's like the only reason why I went to school to get my education and Native studies degree is so I could get that full-time job security within Edmonton Catholic Schools, because they love me, they want me to work full-time, but they just can't hire me full-time because I don't have a degree, right? So anyways, what I ended up doing is I ended up dropping out, and I started chasing entrepreneurship and business and like other streams of income, and kind of just fell down this rabbit hole. And yeah, I'm really happy and excited and honored to be here. And it looks like we're done grooming the track. So I'm just gonna keep talking and talking and talking and talking until they're down here and they're ready to go. This is Indian Relay. You're in for a treat. Honestly, when I first saw it, I was like blown away. Like I was so memorized by them just like hopping off the horse, hopping on a horse, freaking running down the track. It's like on and gone. Like they literally hop off, they hop on, and they freaking give her. So anyways, that's what I do for my main source of income is I create apps. And then I do this on the side. Like this is just like my part-time thing. I don't promote myself. Like I don't have any like posters or a website or anything like that. People just like message me, DM me on Instagram or text me or like find my work email somewhere, and they just like, hey, Daryl, I have a conference, a youth conference in Beaver First Nation. Can you come and like speak to the youth and do some workshops for the youth? And it's like, yeah, sure, okay, I can. Or like recently, or not recently, I think it was like 6 months ago now, back in November, the Edmonton Oilers, they had an Indigenous celebration night, and I was honored and thankful and grateful to be asked to perform and dance on the ice level. So for the first time in the Edmonton Oilers franchise history, they had power dances before, but they're like in Ford Hall, they're kind of like around the arena, they're not actually at ice level. So they asked me, they said we're gonna have a red carpet on the ice, and we're gonna have a light show on the ice, we're gonna have like Indigenous logo, and we're gonna have like Indigenous art as well, created by Lance Cardinal. Lance Cardinal is the Indigenous artist behind the Indigenous logo for the Edmonton Oilers, and he's actually the individual that brought my name up at the meeting with the Edmonton Oilers to come and dance and perform. And while we're just getting started, because the horses are kind of pretty far, I'll kind of explain like a little story, like a side story about like what happened there. So this is like when October, they sent out like that alert, hey, if you're not double vaxxed, you can't go to restaurants, you can't go to casino, you can't go to movies, like everything like that, right? Like we all got that alert. So anyways, I had 1 dose at the time, and then they wanted to do some filming like a month before the Indigenous celebration night on November 1st. So I just had my 1 dose, and I still had to wait like a few days to get my other dose, right? Like you have to wait 14 days or whatever it was at the time. So anyways, they're like, hey, are you double vaxxed? And then I'm like, no, I only have 1 dose, but I'll get my 2nd dose like when I can. And they're like, oh, sorry. Unfortunately, the NHL has a very strict policy. If you're not double vaxxed, you're not allowed to be at ice level with the players or anything like that. So then they're like, sorry, Daryl, we're no longer going to be needing you to dance. So literally, I'm at this high in life. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm dancing for the Edmonton Oilers. And then just got it taken away from me. And it's like, what the heck? And I was kind of bummed out. I was really bummed out about it. But like they already like saw my social media. They already saw photos of me in my regalia. And like there's other power dancers, right? Like we have the 2 women's fancy shawl dancers. But there's tons, there's hundreds, especially within Treaty 6 territory, especially within the city of Edmonton area. There's a lot of power dancers. There's probably like easily, I want to say like maybe around like 300 like in the Edmonton area minimum. So they could have asked someone else, but like when they were having meetings, like trying to find someone else, like looking at photos online and stuff, they just couldn't get over my orange feathers, and they just couldn't get over like how colorful and bright and like eye-catching my regalia was. So they actually reached out to me again after telling me, sorry, we're not going to hire you. They reached out to me again. They're like, hey, Daryl, you know what? We came to a conclusion. You said you have 1 dose. Okay, can you get your 2nd dose before the November 1st? Because if you can get it before November 1st, you can come and dance for us. So then, anyways, that's how it happened. But it looks like we are ready. We have our racers coming to the track. We have our teams coming to the boxes here. Again, a reminder, please stay away from the fence, at least like just like an arm length or something, especially the little kids. Like don't have your little fingers around the black little gate, because what if the horse just bucks and kicks or something, and then you squish your fingers or even get kicked in the face? Like that little girl just like peeking over the rail right there. You might want to get down. I don't want you to get hurt. Hurry up. Get down. Get down. Maybe if we could have security do a round. I know you're working. I know you're tired walking back and forth. They don't really listen. They're just excited. We're just excited for Indian Relay. So without further ado, I'm not sure if Joe is ready to go, but if you're ready to go, you can take over, Joe. I'm more than happy to get off the stage here and get out the sun.
You are doing a marvelous job. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to give it up one more time for my friend, Mr. Daryl Britton. What a great wealth of information. And, boy, I'll tell you what, we'd be lost without you today, sir. Thank you so much. And we are into the first heat already. As we apologize, it kind of got away on us, but they are ripping and tearing down the track right now as we are looking at, I believe, the teams involved, the River Cree, the Stone Stables, the Whitefish Warriors, and the Northern Cree Express, and the Wild and Cree. Now, as we take a closer look as they round that first corner into the backstretch right now, and we are looking at the leaders, and as we make mention, the teams involved, the River Cree, owned by Levi Morinth. Howdy, Levi, good to see you here. They're wearing their familiar yellow, red, blue, and white. Zane Jackson, he's their rider. And, of course, we've got the Stone Stables, owned by Mansell Stone, wearing the red and white. Ralph Large is the rider. The Whitefish Warriors, owned by Gilbert Whitefish, wearing blue and orange. Kashmir Watani is the rider. Northern Cree Express, Francis Jackson, the owner. They were wearing the orange camo. Tyrell McGilvery, the young superstar, is the rider in that one. And the Wild and Cree, Adrian Badger is the owner. His team wearing burgundy, black, and gold. And Carter Uhl is the rider. As they are coming around the first corner, or rather the last corner, across away from the lake and about to turn into the clubhouse turn, we've already got them coming in into the home stretch here in just a moment's time. And we are looking at as we get a good look at them right here, and it's hard to tell those colors from my vantage point. That's looking like the red and white, if I'm not mistaken. Is that Stone Stables in the lead? Now, as I pointed out to you, I want you to pay close attention as to how they make the transition from horse to horse. And these are the Warriors. Check this out. Smooth. Ooh, horse going down. That's why you want to stay back from the fence. He's up, he's on, and he's out of town in a hurry. Coming in right behind him are the River Cree. Check it out. They're going to make that quick transition again. And we're looking at Zane Jackson as he moves into position. And, of course, we don't want to confuse you. You've got the River Cree and the Whitefish Warriors wearing very similar colors. River Cree in second, Whitefish Warriors in third. But as we said a moment ago, out front are the Stone Stables. If you've got a little bit of money laid down on this heat, you better sit up and pay attention because it's happening and happening in a hurry. Take a look across the way. Well, out front by a long, long ways. And because of the length of the track on the Warrior races and the number of transitions we're going to make, you'll notice that we make a change halfway down. Most tracks are a half a mile. As we may mention right here at Century Mile, the only mile-long thoroughbred racetrack in Western Canada. So for the Indian Relay at this level, we change halfway down the track, the half-mile mark. They're going to make a change, and that's exactly what they did. If you can take a close look on your big screen, you'll see what's happening there. It gets a little bit wild and a little bit western, but as we take a look at who's coming in first, it looks like, I think it's still the Stone Stable team in the lead as they're coming in to make Northern Cree Express. That's who it is. The Northern Cree Express. Francis Jackson, the owner. Tyrell McGilvery, the young superstar, doing it again. Yeah, we've seen him do this on more than one occasion. There was a big change-up way over there on the far side. And as we told you before, that's where the money's made and that's where history is made. Coming in second place right now is the River Cree team owned by Levi Morin. The yellow, red, blue, and white. Zane Jackson doing the riding for that great team. In third place right here in the very close colors of blue and orange are the Whitefish Warriors owned by Gilbert Whitefish. Kashmir Watuni is the rider. And, of course, bringing in the fourth place finish right here would be the Wild and Cree, I think. Yes, Wild and Cree, Adrian Badger, your team coming in. Carter Uhl is doing the riding. So that is going to be it for heat number one in the men's Indian Relay. If that don't get your motor running, I don't know what will. We're going to bring them all back to you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's safe.
And we're going to ask you again to please stay back from the fence. Oh, my goodness. We're being redundant. If you can't understand that, you can't understand anything. How about this, huh? Ladies and gentlemen, while we've got you in the mood, how about you put your hands together for heat number one? It was a dandy. So unofficially, it's going to be the Northern Cree Express. Tyrell McGilvery, he was your rider. Craig Jackson, Corey Jackson, they were the setters. Francis Jackson was the back holder. Prosper Large, Neil Strikes with a gun was the catcher. And, of course, they're from Goodfish Lake, Alberta. Congratulations. And, again, those results are unofficial.
Tyrell, interview? Yeah. We wanted to get a picture of all the horses, but
Neil, bring her, take a picture. Greg.
So Josh Jacko, he's going to be standing by with the winning rider from this heat. We're going to have a photo op right now. Perhaps we could maybe let Josh do his work, have the photo op a little bit later. Tyrell McGilvery, he's been in this position many, many times. This is a world champion Indian relay racer. Josh, you're standing by with one of the best in the biz.
hello, hello. There we are. Here we go. Here we go. So I'm here, winner of the first heat, Tyrell. What a race. How'd that feel for you?
It felt perfect. Came in a little too hot on my second horse and stopped a little too hard on herself. Hopefully she comes out safe and sound. Normally does, but otherwise I'm glad we're all coming off safe and had a good run.
Most definitely. Most definitely. So when something like that happens and the horse collapses, what's going through your mind?
I'll have to worry about just getting on and going on to the next and keep on racing.
Just keep going.
Yeah, because we all have our certain job to do out there, and we just do it.
That's right. So how long have you been?
Oh, well, I started doing this 12, 13, ever since I've been racing. This is my second time doing a 4-horse.
Yeah.
Went out to Muckleshoot a couple of years ago and had a feel of it. Didn't come out too great, but we came back happy still.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll give it up one more time for Tyrell McGilvery and Northern Cree Express.
Thank you, Josh. Congratulations, Tyrell. Well done again, my friend. So that's going to be it for heat number 1. But as we said, we've got an abundance of teams here today. Probably one of the biggest turnouts that we've had at Indian Relay Racing in Canada is my guess and my limited knowledge. I think the count was somewhere around 30, maybe a little bit more than that in total teams. So you're definitely got a full meal deal here as far as Indian Relay Racing is concerned. As we get set to fire at you with heat number 2. You're also playing witness to a little bit of history, if I can use that term, or something very unusual. 5 teams per heat. As I said a moment ago, that makes it a little bit crowded out on the freeway, and that is almost unheard of at a lot of Indian Relay races because you just simply don't have an abundance of teams like that. But we're running 5 teams per heat in the men's Indian Relay. So, wow, that is some good watching. Tomorrow, as we said, will be the championship Monday. The top teams, the fastest teams from today's preliminaries, will be coming back for the money and the championships. We're going to be running 6 teams per heat tomorrow. Wow, that's going to get wild. So to win the championship here for the men's Indian Relay race, the winning team will take $10,000 home with them. So that is definitely some big dollars at stake. So $10,000 going to the championship team. Today is a day of reckoning, if you will. As we said, these are the preliminaries. This is what's going to determine who's coming back tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, we'd like to make mention, set your clocks a little earlier, your alarm, because we're going to kick it off tomorrow at high noon. 12 noon will be the time for the first race tomorrow. Don't you dare miss it. Heat number 2 coming up right now. So 6 heats in all in this category. That makes it interesting. 50-50 tickets are still on sale, but not for much longer. If you haven't got a 50-50 ticket, you need to grab one. Give yourself a chance at making some money, having a little bit extra fun here. How many people are cheering for the Calgary Flames? How many people are pulling for the Edmonton Oilers? Not trying to start a fight here or anything. So, as we get set to go with heat number 2, I'm going to jump the gun and start introducing them to you, even though they're not front and center. We'll just kind of get a little bit of housework out of the way. But here comes the official results from heat number 1. First place, of course, is the Northern Cree. Second place, the River Cree. In third place, the Whitefish Warriors. Fourth, the Wild and Cree. And fifth place, Stone Stables. That's the way it shook out in heat number 1. Heat number 2, we're going to be looking at Daniels Relay. Skip Daniels is the owner. They should be wearing the purple, blue, and green, and Sonny DeRoche is the rider. Myers Beaver, Rex Daniels, of course, are going to be the setters, and the back holder is Racine Daniels, and the catcher and mugger, Casey Ear and Jadis Daniels. They're from Eden Valley, Alberta. Box number 2 will be the Whitstone Relay Team. Daryl Whitstone is the owner. They'll be wearing black, yellow, and red. Johnny Whitstone is the rider, and Justin Cook, Ethan Whitstone, Tyrese Whitstone, and Jane Jackson round out the crew, and they are from Onion Lake, Saskatchewan. Box number 3, you'll be looking at the Arrowhead Relay Team, owned by Clifton Shirt. They will be wearing white, orange, and blue. Kagan Shirt's going to be riding, and Clifton Shirt, Quinnell Cardinal, Michael Favell, and Morris Shirt are the crew, and they're from Saddle Lake, Alberta. The Treaty 6-2 Nation, owned by Gerald Meachance and Kyle Bill, will be wearing the green camo. And Mac Wahobin will be riding for that team. Kyle Bill, Gerald Meachance, Tyrone Cuthand, Elliot Meachance, and Carson Albert. They're all from Red Pheasant, Saskatchewan, and Ochese, Alberta. They round out the Treaty 6-2 Nation. And in Box 5 will be the Heathen Anchors team, owned by Trevor Heathen. They'll be wearing purple. Tyrell Brest is going to be the rider. Trevor Heathen, Reagan Heathen, Ethan Hill, Jeff Heathen, and Gino Frank are the crew, and they hail from Onion Lake, Saskatchewan. They're making their way out of the paddock and coming down the track. You can get an up-close and personal look at them, and you're going to develop an eye for the horses yourself. If you come to these events enough times and pay a little close attention, you'll spot a good running horse, just like the veteran racetrack fans, and that'll make your job of fleecing your neighbor or your relative a little bit easier. Everybody is just about in position. As we made mention, box 1 will be Daniel's relay. Box 2, Whitstone relay team. Box 3, Arrowhead relay. Box 4, Treaty 6-2 Nation. And box 5, Heathen Anchors. And they are off and running. Here, oh boy, somebody's in a hurry. Heathen Anchors, are they in a little bit of trouble? I know one thing for sure. When they took a start out of there, there's a couple of them that are going for the gold. Take a look over here. We just saw a change in the leaders right here, and I don't know who the rider is without a shirt. Oh, boy. Come on, Kagan, you got her, buddy. Yes, sir. Kagan shirt riding for the Arrowhead relay team. Gets that horse lined out. He does have some ground to make up, and as we pointed out to you, because of the long distance of this great track and facility here at Century Mile, we make the change partway around the track. There's a full mile here, and the thoroughbred horses are used to running on the half-mile track in the Indian relay. So it looks like Heathen Anchors are in the lead. Stephen Wolftail is a last-minute addition as the rider. We mistakenly told you that Tyrell Brest would be riding for Heathen Anchors. It's Stephen Wolftail, and he's coming in strong right now. Look at the distance he's put between himself and the rest of the pack. If he can make a nice, quick, clean transition onto the back of this next horse here, he's going to have it in the bag. But remember, these are hot-blooded thoroughbreds. They've just come running a half a mile. Stand corrected. He's riding for Treaty 6-2 Nation. Gerald Meachance and Kyle Bill, that's your team in the lead. Look at this. Now everybody's excited because the whole war party arrived to the tea party at the same time. Horses are a little bit goosey. They're up. They're running. Everybody, one more to get on. Can you get on? You got to have a qualified time to at least have a chance of coming back for the money on Monday. Meanwhile, Treaty 6-2 Nation, they are the ones in the lead right now with Steve Wolftail making that ride, making it look easy. He looks like he's out for a Sunday ride as he comes across. Johnny Whitstone. He's on. He's got to get that horse. Keegan and Johnny, it's going to be a battle for 4th and 5th here. This could be good watching. Meanwhile, we've made one more change, and it looks like Steve Wolftail from the Treaty 6-2 Nations relay team are still out in front. Everything has gone their way today. It's been picture perfect. Right from the start, a good quick start, and that horse took to running, and he jockeyed him into a great position. His team doing what they do best, put them horses in good position for Stephen to make a nice move from one mount to the other, and the catchers, the muggers, everybody on top of their game on a Sunday. That's why they're in the lead like they are today. Check this out. He's bringing it home right now. Why don't you let him know that you're loving what he's doing here on a Sunday? Yes, Stephen Wolftail, you got her, buddy. Nice ride, buddy. That's another one of our more decorated relay race riders. That's a jockey with the best. Hey, look at this. There's a battle for 2nd and 3rd coming in. And remember, it's all about qualifying for Monday. Heathen Anchors in 2nd place. And Daniel's relay in 3rd. Now, here's where you're going to get kind of what I would call a bonus round. Are they battling it out? Or have they kind of distanced themselves from one another? Looks like One horse acting up way on the far side. So coming in for fourth place all by himself is the Arrowhead Relay Team. That's Keegan Shirt, I think. Yes, it is. He's going to capture fourth place for his team. And as I said, it's about principle and it's about pride, because it looks like Johnny Whitstone is going to make sure that that black horse gets across. That way they at least have a qualified time. Should a situation arise where another team cannot make it or has to bow out tomorrow, you have to have a qualified time to come back for the championship Monday round of things. So he's making sure the black horse is going to run and cross that finish line. And while Johnny Whitstone makes his way across the finish line, how about everybody give this heat of Indian Relay Racing athletes your very best? So unofficially, and again, as I say unofficially, as we pointed out to you a moment ago, we've got 10 to 12 officials strategically placed all around the track. They know what to look for any infractions and any safety issues, which could result in losing points, losing time, or an automatic disqualification. We have to have their seal of approval, so to speak, before it is an official time. But right now it's looking like Stephen Wolftail, who is riding for Treaty 6 Two Nations. They're going to be your winners unofficially tonight, and I know that Josh Jacko is going to be looking to have a word with Stephen Wolftail as Josh makes his way onto the track. And he's standing by with the winner of heat number 2.
Is this on? There we go, finally. Thanks a lot, Joe. I'm here with the winner, Stephen Wolftail. Quite the race. Congratulations on your win. How were you feeling today on the track? Were you feeling it?
Yeah, I was feeling great. Rode for them last year, got them another championship heat, so I kind of know their horse a little bit, which is good. They're good buddies of mine. Yeah.
So have you been doing Indian Relay for quite some time now?
Yeah, this will be my 5th year, I believe.
5th year.
Yeah, so I'm no stranger to this game.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. So you must be excited tomorrow after winning this heat.
Yeah, I sure am, and I'm also brought my own team as well. Yeah. So you'll see me back here in the 6th heat.
Nice, excellent. Well, give it up for Stephen Wolftail and Heathen Acres. Two medicines, sorry. Congrats.
So here are the official results from heat number 2. Treaty 6 Two Nations. They're going to take home first place. Heathen Anchors in second. Daniels Relay in third. The Arrowhead Relay Team in fourth. And Whitstone Relay in fifth place. Those are the official results from heat number 2.
Just a quick announcement here from the track. Somebody left their cell phone here. It's an iPhone. It was on the railing here when the little Buffalo Pony runners were racing. So if you're missing a phone, it's right here.
So 2 down, 4 to go. 4 more heats remaining in tonight's match. Don't forget about those 50-50 tickets. We'll be announcing the winner here shortly. So we get set to go with heat number 3. Just to give you an idea of the Super Series Indian Relay Racing schedule, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, Ochese Nation Rocky Mountain House style. That's where they'll be bunching up to race again. For those of you that are joining us tonight, we thank you for being a part of our lifestyle and sharing our culture and our heritage. We hope you're going to join us again tomorrow. And if you're coming tomorrow, bring the whole family. Bring your neighbors. Bring your friends. This is a great outing and a very unique opportunity to experience not only our culture, but everybody's history, Canada's history, without a doubt. So I'm going to coin a new catchphrase. Indian Relay Racing, it's for everyone. Absolutely. Yeah. So, again, I'm going to jump ahead, and I'm going to give you the names that I have down for heat number 4. In box number 1 will be JJ's Nosamuk. Shelton Jackson, he's the owner, and that team should be wearing black, red, and silver. Shelton Jackson's going to be the rider. And, of course, the crew is going to be made up of Blake Jackson, Wilfred Whiskey Jack, Aiden Jackson, and Levi Jackson, along with Kalijah Burns and Jerry Burns, and they're from Goodfish Lake, Alberta. In box number 2, a Tigamek Uten team. Leslie Cardinal is the owner. They'll be wearing blue and orange. Ethan Uhl is the rider. Patrick Uhl and Leslie Cardinal, along with Dennis Cardinal, they'll be the crew. They're from Whitefish Lake, Alberta. And box number 3 will be the Old Sun team, Allison Redcrow. They'll be wearing yellow and blue. Allison Redcrow is the owner of that team. Fox Running Crane. Whoops, stand corrected. I did. Remember I said I was going to jump ahead of myself? I did. I jumped to heat number 4. Let's go back to heat number 3. Everybody's going, what is he talking about? Lost his mind, the old fella did. M3 Ranch, they're going to be in box number 1. Kip and Kinsel McGuire are the owners. They'll be wearing red and black of the Medicine Wheel logo. Travis McGuire is going to be on fire. He's their rider, my buddy Travis. And, of course, the crew will consist of Coy Dorr, Doan Fast, Dwayne, Big Old Man, Curly Twig, and Justin McGuire, and they're from Sixica. Big Tobacco Relay, owned by Cody Big Tobacco, another one of my good buddies. They'll be wearing the purple and black, and, of course, Cody Big Tobacco is going to be riding. The crew consisting of Mark Big Tobacco, Credence Big Tobacco, Mark Big Tobacco, and they're from Sixica, and they're going to be trying making the big smoke for the Big Tobacco team. TK Farrier team, they're in box number 3, and that's the team owned by Tyson Head. They will be wearing that flashy lime green and black colors. Josh Jackson doing the riding, Colton Lindsay, Caleb Sand, Kiddo Frank, Tyson Head, and Neil Sorrelhorse. They are the crew. Mistawasa, Saskatchewan is where they hang their hats. Box number 4 will be box number 4 will be the Carlson Relay team, owned by Irvin Carlson Sr. They'll be wearing the yellow jerseys. Chaz Racine is the rider. Joshua Monroe and David Boyce. Cade Racine and Slew Costell and Cade Bull, along with Brandon Boyce. They're the crew, and they're from Browning, Montana. And box number 5 will be the Papa's Chase team, owned by Clifford Cunningham. They'll be wearing red. Joseph Jackson will be the rider. Travis Blood, Austin Cunningham, Zach Wickstrand, and Adam Cardinal round out the crew. And they're from Papa's Chase, Alberta. Here they come. All right, horse lovers, connoisseurs of thoroughbreds, take a look at the steeds that are coming onto the track. This will give you an idea as to where you should lay your money down. You know, we talk about the history and how some of our athletes evolve. We talked about the team in the purple. That's the Big Tobacco team. There's an owner-rider situation here. Cody Big Tobacco owns the team, and he's also riding. He's a former champion rider for the Old Sun team that won a lot of championships and a lot of money over the days. So he has branched out onto his own. You heard me touch a little bit on Travis McGuire. I know Travis from so many different venues. But not only the Indian relay racing tracks where he's an absolute superstar, but that guy was one of the stickiest bull riders that Canada ever produced. I remember him entering, a few years back, and he won 4 out of the first 5 professional rodeos in the bull riding in Canada that season. He's absolutely amazing, as are all of the athletes that you're watching here today. So get ready. They're set to fire. They're going to give them a chance to make sure that everybody gets up and on. The TK Farrier team owned by Tyson Head, they're having a little bit of difficulty getting their rider on board. Interestingly enough, that team was the very first champion team in Canadian Indian Relay. So they're back to give it again. Whoops. Easy now. Easy. They know what to do. Don't think for a minute. Every one of the guys out there, including the muggers, the holders, the setters, not to mention the jockeys themselves, they know the horse industry inside out. They are horsemen, to say the least. So when a horse gets a little overactive, it's another day at the office. But, you know, horses are a lot like people. Sometimes they don't want to play, and they are off right now. And in the yellow, the black and yellow, it looks like the Whitstone Relay. Oops, pardon me. In the yellow, it's the Carlson Relay team. They were in the lead, and it's going to be a battle between the Carlson Relay team and the M3 Ranch team. We're talking Chaz Racine and Travis McGuire. Look at this. Nose to nose, about a half ahead. Travis McGuire from the M3 Ranch team. He's moving into the lead, but this is close. That's Papa's Chase team. So we've got red, black with a medicine wheel, which is what Travis McGuire was wearing, and then we also have red. So don't be confused on who's who, because I'm completely out to lunch here. Now, as we said a moment ago, we make a change at the far side. That's already a half a mile that they've got in. That's how fast. That's how fast it can happen. Already a half a mile in. Now, again, another change, as you saw there. The team in yellow, the Carlson Relay team, are now in the lead because they made that great transition right there. But they have to do it again. And coming in hot from second and third. Boy, look at how fast they're going as they round that clubhouse turn and coming into the home stretch. These horses are flying tonight. Wow, check this out. Cops are going to be waiting with a radar gun on this one because everybody's got it in overdrive. You want to make some noise and cheer for your team? You want to put them in a good position? Now's the time to go a little bit crazy. It gets wild, it gets western on the transition as we are watching the Carlson Relay team. He's down, he's up, he's out of here. Wow, that was cool. Coming in is the team in purple, and we're talking about the Big Tobacco Relay team. Cody Big Tobacco, he's up and out of town as well. And then, of course, the red team, as we say, is the Papa's Chase team, Joseph Jackson. They are in the money right now. Stand corrected. That was the M3 Ranch team, Travis McGuire. Wow. So we have got a race going now. Take a look at how far of a lead the Carlson Relay team. Irvin Carlson Sr. owns this group, and Chaz Racine, he's the rider. He's way out in front. He is way out in front, and he wants to maintain that status quo. As I said, keep the pedal to the metal. He makes one more change, and that was so smooth. That looked so smooth. He looked like he was getting on one at the carousel. He made it look that easy. Coming around that far corner, across the way from the lake into the clubhouse turn. And again, we're pointing out to you, our team of officials, they are strategically located throughout the track area. We got to make sure there are no infractions. You got to be in and out of your own box. You can't have any infractions on the race. And if you come in fast and you come in clean, you're going to be a winner. And that's what's looking like is in store for the Carlson Relay team. Holy cow. Check this out. Chaz Racine and the Carlson Relay team, they smoked them tonight. Woo! Yeah. How about you put your hands together for the racers in heat number 3. Cody Big Tobacco coming in second. And that is Travis McGuire. So we will await the official word. 2 teams never came in, and they are not going to come in. So that will mean we will have a first, second, third split. So we'll wait for the official word. Once again, we'd like to remind the winning teams, the winning jockeys, for want of a better expression, you are going to be interviewed by my buddy Josh Jacko at the end of each heat. So riders, be aware. So once Chaz Racine makes his way back here, and there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at the winner tonight. How about you lay a little bit of love on Chaz Racine from the Carlson Relay team. His team consisting of Joshua Monroe, David Boyce, Cade Racine, Stu Costell, Cade Bull, and Randon Boyce, and they're from Browning, Montana. Money going back to Montana. Josh Jacko, are you going to interview him? You got to get him stopped. Chaz Racine, they're going to interview you right down there if you'll stop for a minute. Carlson Relay team, just hold up, please. Well, you got to be quick if you're going to catch those guys.
Is it on? Chaz.
He's got a one-track behind. Chaz Racine, you got to stop, buddy. They wanted to interview you.
Congrats, dude. What a race, man. What a race.
Thank you. So I'm here with the winner, Carlson Relay, Chaz Racine. What an impressive show you put on there. Quite the display, man. Those transitions were flawless. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good about it. We've been working hard, and the horses are clicking, and the crew is too, and it feels good to be here. Thank the creator. Thank Not. Hey.
Yes. So how long have you been doing Indian Relay? For quite some time then, eh, Chaz? Yeah. How many years?
We've been at it, myself riding, probably about the last 25 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, give it up for Chaz Racine and Carlson Relay. Congrats. Joe.
Thank you, Josh, and congratulations, Chaz Racine, and of course the Carlson Relay team. We're needing our ambulance to the far side of the track right now. We've got a rider down, or one of the handlers are down, so our paramedical staff is going to have to take a moment to administer the treatment that they do so well. So if we could have our ambulance or our paramedical services to the far side of the track, we want to make sure that everybody's looked after here tonight. Speaking of being looked after, you're down to a couple of minutes before we make the draw for the 50-50. So you'll have a little bit of time yet. You ain't got your 50-50s. You need to get them. You need to get them now. Don't forget about all the great vendors we've got here, the food and all the crafts, lots to see and do here. Makes it a great day. And, of course, this being the May long weekend, we get to do it all over again tomorrow, 12 noon, high noon, going to be starting time for the Championship Monday. And if you want to find out who's going to take home the $10,000 as the champion team in the men's Indian Relay, you got to be here tomorrow, right? You know, we touched briefly on the paramedical staff who are paramount to the production and of things here and the success of our Indian Relay racing. I don't know if you caught it or not, but I also mentioned that we also have doctors of veterinary medicine on site at every Indian Relay race right across North America. We're always concerned about the health and welfare, not only of the teams and the athletes competing in this, but everybody. If you're a spectator here, we want to make sure that you're looked after. And should you need some medical attention, that we've got the people and the equipment and the knowledge to administer it. But the same holds true for the equine athletes, the four-legged superstars, as we like to call them. So therefore, we have doctors of veterinary medicine on site, ready to put their great knowledge and skills to use if needed. So we are going to be making that 50-50 draw as soon as we get the winning ticket number here. We're going to give our track crew an opportunity to do a little bit of groundwork once again. As we pointed out to you earlier in the afternoon, it's kind of a double-edged sword as to why we are so diligent on working that track up. Number one, it's a safety issue. We want to make sure that the equine athletes and the riders are all looked after and they've got the safest conditions to run on. And also, it's a sense of fair play. After a couple of heats, the track can get tore up a little bit. We want to make sure that everybody's got equal ground to run on and an equal opportunity to come back tomorrow and perhaps become our champions. As I said, we are reworking the arena. We're going to draw for the 50-50 in just a very short time. We also can't say enough about our hosts here at Century Mile Track and Casino. And if you have the opportunity to come back to the track and watch some of the great racing that they have here, thoroughbred racing, and in the wintertime, it's harness racing, this track stays busy 11 months out of the year. It is absolutely amazing. And the crew that they've got here, and I had an opportunity to meet with their young in-house announcer. He is a superstar in the making. And, of course, don't forget about the casino. If you'd like to lay a little bit of money down and have a night out with your significant other, or if you just want a little bit of me time, there's not a better place to come to than the Century Mile Casino. While we continue to enjoy our intermission, and as I say, why not take advantage of this time period to have a little snack, a bite to eat, take a tour around, a walk about, if you will. We're also going to be calling upon the great talents of our drum crew and our dancers to perform for your enjoyment once again. Gory Giant, you need to answer your phone, buddy. The hardest working man in Canada is about to take the stage gain. Daryl Britton, we have been leaning on you heavily, my friend.
Mic check. Oh, there we go. Someone told me that you guys miss me. They're like, oh, all this dead air. Where's that one guy in the orange regalia? He's just talking and talking and talking. And I was learning so much from him. I learned more from him than I ever did in social studies at my elementary, junior high, high school. So I heard that from a little birdie in the wind, so that's why I'm back here. And we actually have our fancy shawl dancer. She is up and at 'em, and she's eager to dance again. So we're going to have her coming onto the stage and performing, as well as myself. I'm going to dance a song too while they are grooming the track and getting ready for the next few last heats. I believe we have 3 more heats, and then we're done for the day. Correct or incorrect, Joe? Correct or incorrect? Oh, he probably went to the washroom. He's like, oh, Daryl, we'll talk for 20 minutes. I can go to the washroom and go get some food. You know what? When I went back to the green room, because we have a green room where we're getting ready and we can get changed and stuff, I got back to the green room and the drummers and the dancers, they're just chilling in the green room, just eating their food. As soon as I walk in the green room, because I'm hot out here and I'm standing all day and my legs are sore, my feet, I'm just in my moccasins. I don't have real deadly Nike soft cushioned shoes or anything like that. So my feet are sore. I just want to go take a little break. And then as soon as I walk in the door, they're like, wow, you're actually really good. You're well spoken. We were just eating here, watching the TV, listening to you. So that was pretty funny. And then one of the drummers was like, shouldn't we go out there? Aren't we supposed to sing for him? Then they're like, no. He said he'll just talk and he'll play the flute. He said, don't worry, just go eat, just go enjoy yourself, enjoy your time. So that was pretty funny. But it looks like we're coming around the track and are you ready to give her? Or do you need to warm up or something? Are you ready or not even? If you're not ready, I can warm up. I'll warm up the stage for the ladies. I'll warm up the stage for the ladies, get them nice and warm, get the drummers nice and warm, and I believe I'm gonna do a change up. I'm gonna do a crow hop. One or two? All right, I mean 2 or 4. Oh. Just one start. We're just looking through the songbook in our memory. There's like over thousands and thousands of songs, and they're just trying to figure out what song that they're gonna sing. And it's a privilege to have a live drum group here and singers here instead of just using like audio or like my iPhone or something like that. It's always a pleasure to have our singers here and bringing out mushum, the drum, hear that drum beat all the way from China. Just kidding. Whoa, little wind. Oh my gosh. There's like shades flying. Okay. Security. Century Mile workers, a stum. Can you like get your tarps under control? Maybe should we put the tarps down? We should put the tarps down so no more fly away. We should put the tarps down. Can we put them down? Can we put this one down so it doesn't fly off and hit me when I'm dancing? Please and thank you. Don't know how? Century Mile employees, could you help put these tarps, these little canopies down? Oh, there we go. She's got it. Oh, just flies away with it. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we'll just put the tarps down. Looks like someone got hit by one. That's unfortunate. Century Mile casino workers, where you at? A stum. Okay. Yeah, maybe we should just put them all down real quick. We'll just do that real quick. Don't want anyone else getting hit. Don't want any children. Don't want any elders. Don't want anybody getting hit. I don't even know what to press or whatever. My feathers are all in the way. Oh, okay. How do you do it? You just do you just pull it down or what?
So I'm going to help Darren out a little bit here. Everybody who's sitting at a table with an umbrella, we're going to ask you that you close the umbrellas, okay?
Yeah.
If you're sitting at a table with an umbrella, please close them. Thank you.
we got the tarps coming down, or the canopies, whatever you want to call them. Umbrellas. The umbrellas. Okay, so we got the umbrellas coming down. No one else is going to get hit in the face. Okay, looks like we're good. We got it coming down. Sweet. So we have some of the Indian relay teams. They actually have some shirts and some sweaters for sale. There's a Two Nations. They're sitting there in the green just to the right over there. You're more than welcome to go check them out. They have beautiful shirts and beautiful sweaters for sale. And go check it out. Maybe they could sign it as well. Two Nations. And without further ado, now that we got the umbrellas under control, I will do another performance, but this one will be switched up. This will be a crow hop. Light little workout. Light work. Easy peasy. I got that. Just kidding. So next. Holy, that's hard. That's hard. Especially when you don't have your regular moose meat. And you just have the food that you're eating here. But shout out to Indigenous Grill and Native Delights for cooking up a storm. If you guys haven't had any Indigenous meals like a bannock burger or an Indian taco or anything like that, make sure you go check out the food trucks and get a taste of where you're from. You're from Canada, get a taste of where you're from, right? So anyways, we're gonna call out the Women's Fancy Shawl dancers, again from Thunderchild First Nation, Saskatchewan. And they're gonna showcase their style with you guys here today. Hoka.
Hey!
Another round of applause for our women's fancy shawl dancers and our drummers for that beautiful song. That song was so beautiful. I just couldn't help but think of my auntie. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. I'm married. Just kidding, not yet. Anyways, so we still got, looks like a lap or so. And then I also don't see the horses down the way yet. So what we'll do, are the drummers good for another song for me? Maybe like a quick one? Like a real quick one? Oh yeah, we're gonna do a round dance. Do you wanna do a round dance right now? Okay. All right, we're gonna switch it up and we're actually gonna do a round dance. So a round dance is a friendship dance. We can all join hands together. Maybe we'll just do it like kind of around here. And it's a really, really, really easy step. So the round dance, you have your hands out. And if you notice, I have both my hands, one facing the sky and one facing the ground. Because I was taught that if you have both hands facing the ground, that means you're too giving, you give too much. Quit it, just kidding. And then I was also taught that if you have both your hands up facing the sky, you're asking for too much. Quit asking for me $20 all the time. Just kidding. So we have to have that balance, one hand up, one hand down, and you're just gonna join hands with the person beside you, and all we're gonna do with our left leg, our left foot, we're gonna step, and then with our right, we're gonna slide. Step, slide, step, slide, step, slide, step, slide. So that's a round dance. You're more than welcome to join us. I'm gonna do the round dance just in front out here. We're all welcome, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, brown or not brown. It doesn't matter. You're more than happy to join us for the round dance. So without further ado, we'll go down to the drum group here and they'll sing us a deadly round dance song.
Well, we have a moment's time. We'd like to once again give a tip of the proverbial hat to the great grounds crew that we have here at Century Mile Track, Century Mile Downs. It has been absolutely amazing.
Hey!
Just seen you.
Are they ready? Looks like they're going out there. They're going to get set up. Okay. All right, then. So round dances, you can hold hands with anybody. It doesn't matter the color of your skin, how tall you are, how short you are, how wide you are, how thin you are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter if you have a ring and you're married. You can hold hands with anybody. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, she just got mad at me. She's mad because her husband's singing. Just kidding. So anyways, we're going to get started here with the last final 3 heats of the Super Series Indian Relay 2022 season opener. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your day and joining us, watching this amazing sport. From the little Braves to the little ladies to the lady relay to the Warriors, the Chiefs, and also our final heats of the Indian Relay. Thank you guys so much. In entrepreneurship and business, they say time is money, time is sunyas, but in all honesty, time is priceless because we'll never get this time back. And I'm very thankful and grateful to spend it here with all of you guys on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you guys so much. Hi for coming out. Give yourself a round of applause.
Oh, thank you, Daryl Britton Jr., ladies and gentlemen. Man, has he been a big part of our crew. How about you give it up one more time for that young man that has done us so proud and served so well for us here this afternoon. Well, as Daryl alluded to, we're down to the last 3 heats of the evening, but we're going to be making that 50-50 draw. They're counting up the money. It's going to be a considerable amount, so hang on to your 50-50 ticket stubs. Somebody is going to have a big smile on their face before the night's over. So one thing we have to clarify here is that these are the preliminaries, and it all will come to a head tomorrow afternoon. As we said, high noon. 12 noon is when we're going to be starting, 12 noon sharp, for the first heats of Championship Monday. So the best in the West are going to be with us tomorrow. All the fast times, the quickest teams will be coming back for the big bucks. We will make that draw for the 50-50 in a short time, and, of course, we're also going to be introducing heat number 4. We got 4, 5, and 6 to close out the evening. So if you haven't had a chance to make a little bit of money or a little bit of bragging rights against your friends or your relatives, you got 3 more heats to do it. Show your equine expertise, so to speak. Pick a horse, pick a team, pick a favorite jockey, and lay a little money down. Yeah, you can walk the walk and talk the talk and take home the cash. Heat number 4 will consist of JJ's Noosamuk, owned by Shelton Jackson. They should be wearing black, red, and silver. Shelton Jackson is an owner rider. He's going to be riding for his team. His crew is going to consist of Blake Jackson and Wilfred Whiskey Jack, Aiden Jackson, Levi Jackson, Kalijah Burns, and Jerry Burns, and they are from Goodfish Lake, Alberta. A Atikamekw Uten team, owned by Leslie Cardinal. They'll be wearing blue and orange. Ethan Uhl will be riding. Patrick Uhl, Leslie Cardinal, Dennis Cardinal will be rounding out the crew, and they hang their hats in Whitefish Lake, Alberta. The Old Sun team, owned by Allison Redcrow with their yellow and blue, they will be competing in box number 3. Fox Running Crane is the rider. Allison Redcrow, Martin Littleplum, Chase Sunwalk, Racy Big Snake, and JJ Redgun will round out the crew. They're from Siksika, Alberta. The North Star Relay team with Ron Poussette as owner. They'll be wearing yellow and red. And we do not have their rider listed, nor their crew, but they're from Morley, Alberta. And then the Ghana team, owned by Rex Daniels. And they, too, are going to be wearing yellow and red, so it could be a little bit of confusion out there. Trent Dixon's going to be doing the riding for that crew. And the group, it'll be consisting of Reginald Ryder, Marlowe Left Hand, Dennis Powderface, Zach Bearspaw, and Elias Ear. And they're from Eden Valley, Alberta. Those are the 5 teams competing in heat number 4. You'll meet them in just a short time. The weatherman is going to cooperate with us for Championship Monday. It's going to be, Jackie Steinhauer says, 25 degrees, not a breath of wind. The sun is going to be shining, and Jackie says she will stake her life on that. And if it's not, she'll buy everybody steak down at the restaurant after the races. This is a paid political announcement. No, in actuality, it is supposed to be a beautiful day. 21 degrees and supposed to be just gorgeous. What a great way to round out your May-long weekend. Bring the family down here. Soak up a little bit of culture, a little bit of history, and enjoy the Indian relay races. Hey, that can mean only one thing. 50-50 tickets are about to be drawn. So we're going to be giving away $780 for the 50-50 draw. So get your ticket out. We're going to do that right now. $780. And the winning ticket is, I'll tell you right now, it's a red and white ticket. No, there's no red and white tickets. They're all blue and white. Ticket number 3808324. 3808324. You've won $780. Congratulations. You've got 30 seconds to claim your prize. No, kidding. You got a little bit longer than that. So you can claim your money at the Super Series Indian Relay Race souvenir booth just to the left of us down here, right where we're selling regalia and whatnot. Apparel, that's the terminology. Swag is what they sometimes call it. $780. 3808324. You've made some money. Okay, we are just about set to go with heat number 4. As I said, JJ's Newsamak, Atikamekw Uten, Old Sun, North Star Relay, Ghana Relay. And it looks like they're off, and I think that's the Old Sun in the lead right now, but coming in hot. Oh, this is going to be a close one. If they can keep this pace up, this is going to be a 5-horse race. Remember, they will make the first transition, the first switch of horses halfway around the track. And again, if you haven't been paying attention, I'm going to elaborate on it a bit more. This track is 1 mile in distance. The traditional Indian relay race tracks across North America are a half a mile, so we make one transition over there, the second transition over here, and it makes for a very, very unique race. Right now, the Old Sun team still in the lead, and then Atikamekw in second place. JJ's Newsamuk in third, and it's anybody's battle for fourth and fifth. They're coming in hot. There's the change. Take a look across the way. Take a look on your big screen. That puts you right up close and personal. Look at this. They are in a hurry, and Old Sun is out of town. They are maintaining that lead, and they're not about to relinquish it. Fox Running Crane is the rider for that team, and, of course, Allison Redcrow is the owner, and he's part of the crew, along with Martin Littleplum and Chase Sunwalk, Racy Big Snake, and JJ Redgun. They round out that crew from Siksika. They are currently holding down the number one position, but as we've been emphasizing all afternoon, it can change in a heartbeat when you make that transition. You can see how their teammates are handling these horses, kind of walking them in circles, keeping them calm. They don't want them standing up on their hind legs and striking at the air like old Silver or Trigger in the old Western movies. They want these horses alert, paying attention, but not too goosey, because they're coming in on the fly. Check this out right here. Fox Running Crane off that horse. Can he get up on the big bay? Yeah, that was cool. That was smooth. And there's the Big Sun on the right hip of that bay horse that's running down the track, symbolic of the Old Sun relay team. Right here in whoop, there's a little bit of a stutter step. They're going to have to get up, get out, get on, and get your horse pointed in the right direction. No, he's going the wrong way. Get him turned around. Oh, doggone it, that'll make a preacher cuss on a Sunday. Ethan Hoole doing a great job at calming that hot-blooded thoroughbred down and getting him pointed in the right direction. Now he's running for third and fourth, but he's headed in the right way. Remember what we're telling you. You have to have a legit qualified time to have a shot at coming back. You don't necessarily have to win first, or it doesn't look like winning first, because rule infractions can take the number one team out of the hunt. If there were rules that were broken and infractions tacked on, you might cross the finish line first, but that doesn't mean you've won your heat. Right now, speaking of winning the heat, Allison Redcrow's Old Sun team with Fox Running Crane at the helm, jockeying that horse in. He's coming in for gold right now, and the last team to get out of here, right down here, is the JJ Newsamuk team. Shelton Jackson, the owner rider. They encountered a little bit of uncharacteristic tough luck, which has taken them out of the hunt, so we think. But as I've been pointing out, you just never know. Hey, look at this. Now's the time to go a little bit crazy. Get loud, get proud. Take a look at your front runner coming in. Say hello to the Old Sun team. That's Fox Running Crane, who just crossed the finish line by a country mile. That might be the biggest win thus far. That's 3 reservations between first and second. No? Holy cow. That's a long ways. That was a picture-perfect run. Now, that's barring any infractions in the field. And I'm thinking that that's the North Star Relay team. No? That's the Guthna team, Rex Daniels team, Trent Dixon riding that horse. A little confusion with 2 yellow and red teams. And this right here is Ethan Hoole from the Atikamekw team. He crosses the line. Boy, he looks the part, doesn't he? North Star Relay coming in too. Wow. You know, and again, just to give you a little bit behind the scenes, look, these horses are looked after, cared for. They're trained. They're exercised. They're fed specially designed feeds. These are thoroughbred running horses. They got to be in great shape. They have to understand the game, but they still reserve that right to be free. That's why sometimes you'll see them act a little goosey. They're hot-blooded horses. They're born, bred, and raised to run. But, boy, they can get caught up in the excitement, too, sometimes, and that's what makes this sport not only so dangerous but so exciting. Makes it happen. So we are going to have a look right down here at the winning rider, Fox Running Crane, for the Old Sun team. And Josh Jacko is going to be standing by. I know he's going to want to have a word with him. Josh has been getting his exercise in because he never knows where he's going to catch up with these guys. He's had to cover about a couple of miles of track here. Meanwhile, coming in to make sure the job is complete right here is JJ's Newsamuk, Shelton Jackson, doing the riding, and he gets that gray pony across the finish line. So all teams are coming in with legit times. And Josh Jacko is making his way across the track right now. Fox Running Crane, you are about to be interviewed, my friend. If you could just step forward and allow my partner in crime to have a word with you, save him having to come in between them horses.
Quite the race.
Yeah.
All right, Josh Jacko here, down with the winner of heat number 4, Fox. Sorry, what is your name?
Fox Running Crane.
Fox Running Crane. I love that. What a name, man. That's awesome. So you took this heat in quite easy fashion. You had such a distance ahead the rest of the field. Were you feeling good?
Yeah, heck yeah. It was a good one.
Yeah, it was a really good one. You had a good couple transitions on the back end as well. Are you excited for tomorrow to come back and compete for some cash money?
Shit, yeah, I'm excited.
Yes. How long have you been doing Indian Relay for?
I started riding last year.
And you're already winning, man. So you're making good moves. Well, congratulations, Fox, and give it up for one more time for Fox Running Crane. Yeah, like a name, man. Good shit.
Well, thank you, Josh. And again, congratulations. Congratulations to that winning team, the Old Sun team and Fox Running Crane. Great job at the helm of that hard-running horse. That means we've got 2 more heats left to go. So you got 2 more kicks at the cat to impress your significant other with your vast equine knowledge. Huh? In other words, get lucky and pick the winner in these 2, and you'll be golden. So, again, we're going to give you the good word on who's coming in on heat number 5. In box number 1 will be the 2 Medicine team. This is owned by Tony Carlson. They'll be wearing the yellow colors. Cody Carlson's going to be doing the riding. Chucky Braverock and Tyree Whitcomb, along with Jesse and Tony Carlson, and Irvin Carlson and Shane Littlebear, they'll round out the crew, and they're all from Browning, Montana. The Pretty Young Man team will be in box number 2. Jason Dorr is the owner. They'll be wearing black and white. Tyler Leather is the rider. Brooker Pretty Young Man and Jesse Aberdeen, Jonathan Slay and Jarrett Pretty Young Man and Rufus Jr. from Sixica will be the crew. The Patagon Relay team, owned by Leon Patagon, they're wearing orange and white. Leon Patagon and Lane Patagon and Jaden Aluk and Garen Baptiste and Garen Stanley and Zach Champagne from Onion Lake round out that crew. The Thunder Beings team, owned by Pat and Ty Provost, they're wearing hot pink and black. Brian Plain Eagle is the rider. Ty Provost, Cody Tallow, Travis Basteen, and Leonard Provost and Jason Plain Eagle are the crew. They're from the Kainai First Nations. And the MC Relay team, owned by Charles Meachance, with Khalil Jackson doing the riding, and they are from Red Pheasant, Saskatchewan. Here are the official results, and boy, I need to bring that up a little bit. That is some small stuff that we're looking at here. And, of course, we dropped the apple cart here. We are in heat number 4 is what we're giving you the results for as we get set to go with heat number 5. But we want everybody to keep track here. So the winner of heat number 3, we're backing up a couple here, will be the Big Tobacco Relay Team. M3 Ranch in second place. The Carlson team had some rule infractions, so they did not place. The Papa's Chase team did not finish, nor did the TK Farrier team. So what we have is a first and second placing from heat number 3. First place, the Big Tobacco Relay team. Second place, the M3 Ranch team. Boy, think about that, $780 handed out. If you haven't claimed your prize, you can claim it down below. Trina Shirt has gone downstairs with the money, and I think we've already got someone that's claimed that prize, but just hold tight. Don't throw your ticket away, because if we don't have anybody, we will redraw. We've got a winner of the 50-50. Congratulations to Sharon Jackson from Goodfish Lake. You've just won $780. Congratulations, Sharon. We'll see you at the bar in the casino. Congratulations. Here are your teams. Okay. As we were saying, the teams consisting in heat number 5. Box 1, the Two Medicine team. Box 2, the Pretty Young Man team. Box 3, the Patagon Relay team. Box 4, the Thunder Beings. And Box 5, the MC Relay team. Hey, we've got a hot start right now. We got the Two Medicine team out front. Tony Carlson's the owner. Cody Carlson, he's the man in the yellow jersey that is in the lead. But right on his tail is the Patagon Relay team. And that's Leon Patagon riding that horse. Oh, look at this. Take a look on the backstretch right now. We've got a change on that lead. Leon Patagon has moved into the number 1 position. He just blew past Cody Carlson from the Two Medicine team. So the Patagons are in the lead. Carlson in second. It's a dogfight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And as we've been saying all night long, at the half-mile point, they're going to make a flying lead change. Hope it goes smooth for everyone. Yes. Yes, it has for the Patagon team. They are out of town in a hurry, but right behind them now is, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That is back to Tony Carlson's team. Cody Carlson in the lead. Wow. That was a hodgepodge, and a lot of things happened in a short while on that far side on that first exchange. So the yellow team, the Two Medicine team, are back in the driver's seat right now. But one thing is for sure, the Patagon Relay team are not going to give up yet. There's another change coming up right here, right in front of you. Get loud. Come on, everybody. Start cheering. Here's where it happens. You can be a factor. Look at that. There's the handlers. Woo, did he come in fast? Onto the back of that steel gray. Whoop, the blue roan has him down. You're going to have to be quick. He's back up. He got knocked down, and he jumped up, and he is out of here. But as I said, the Patagons are in hot pursuit. And now we've got a race coming up. 3rd and 4th in the running here. The youngsters are getting some experience here. That, I believe, is the MC Relay team. MC is in the orange. The Patagons are in the white. Yeah, we've been calling it wrong. It's the MC Relay team that's battling for second. Yeah. And the Patagon team. They're in the tail end. Here they come. Look at this. Look at this white horse. Turn, burn, come get the money, buddy. That's what's happening on a Sunday night right here at Century Mile Downs. They're rounding the corner, but still out front, as we've been saying for most of the evening, as he's coming in on a high lope, the Two Medicine team. Check this out. Cody Carlson stretching her in. Then the MC Relay team on that white-gray horse coming in with the pink bridle. The Pretty Young Man team, Tyler Leather doing the steering. He's coming across. He gives a salute to the crowd. And then the Thunder Beings team, Brian Plain Eagle. And here come the youngsters right here. This Patagon team are no doubt a bunch of future superstars for the Indian relay racing. Tonight was not their night, but they finished. Hold your heads high and give that young bunch a well-deserved round of applause.
Hello.
So our hats go off to that young Patagon team. Boy, they're going to be a factor in the next little while. They gained a whole bunch of valuable experience tonight. So good on you guys. Good on you. So meanwhile, our Two Medicine team. Tony Carlson's the owner of that team in the yellow. Cody Carlson was the rider. Josh Jacko is going to get him stopped. Cody, if you want to stop for just a moment, Josh Jackson's coming across the way. He's going to interview you, get some words from the winner, the unofficial winner, I might add, of heat number 5.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with Cody Carlson, the winner of this heat. You look like you had a couple good exchanges there. How are they feeling?
First one was good. He stood perfect. Came around. This guy didn't want to stop. He's new. He's a little new, but he did good. He'll do good in the next one. But yeah, proud of my horses, proud of my crew.
Most definitely. So you have a lot of experience in Indian Regalia?
Yeah, I've been doing it with my family my whole life.
Yes. You're a natural then. Yeah. Well, congrats. Give it up for Two Medicine. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Joe.
All right, once again, thank you, Josh, and congratulations, Cody Carlson, on a great ride and a great finish in heat number 5. So we've given away $780. We've enjoyed all kinds of powwow and fancy dancing. We've listened to the great drum group. We have had us a time here on a Sunday, but we've got one more heat left to go. One more heat left to go, and we're going to turn everybody loose in the casino to enjoy your time. Maybe you want to just put your feet up and belly up to the bar in there, and maybe they'll have the hockey game on the big screen. Watch the game. I don't care who you're cheering for. Don't want to start a family feud.
Okay, when you're ready.
All right. Just a reminder, this lost phone is still here. If you're missing a phone and left it on the railing here, come and get it. I think it's one of the Little Buffalo Pony Riders, one of their phones. So if no one claims it, we will bring it to the Lost and Found. Thanks. It's an iPhone, pink iPhone case, and yeah, I think it's an iPhone 13 or whatever. I don't know, an iPhone 60 now. They have so many iPhones now. Is it yours?
You know, while we've got a moment's time, we'd like to give a shout out to some of the people that helped make this event a reality, starting with our good friends from Cree Subs. Boy, they've been longtime supporters of Indian Relay Racing, and they've done it again. Thank you to Cree Subs. And, of course, we're also talking about the best in the West and Western wear, Jones Boys, the Western variety. And those are just a few of the people that have made this event possible. So once again, a big thank you to Cree Subs. I'm talking to my buddy Kyle Peacock, Jones Boys Western Wear, and along with the good folks from Western Variety. Couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much for being a part of our team. Okay, here are the official results from heat number 5. First place, the Two Medicine team. Second, the MC Relay team. Third place, the Pretty Young Man team. Fourth, the Thunder Beings. And in fifth place, the Patagon Relay team. So congratulations to all. And, of course, the top team moving on to tomorrow.
Ready?
So it's almost game time here. We got one more final heat in Indian Relay to come. But after that, once we are finished and we're all wrapped up, we are going to have the hockey game on the screens, all the screens over the around the casino. So stick around, watch the hockey game, and cheer on our Edmonton Oilers. Go Oilers!
So here's the way it's going to shake out for who's who in heat number 6. Box number 1, the Awadahe team. Lloyd Vagan is the owner. They'll be wearing green and purple. And, of course, their crew, we don't have a rider for them yet, but the crew will be made up of Lloyd Vagan, Haley Vagan, William Knifeman Howe, and Elvis Hogan and Jesse Vagan, and they're from Mandaree, North Dakota, USA. Box number 2, Billy's Boys. Peter Wapas is the owner. They'll be wearing green and yellow. Cedric Wapas is the rider. Billy Wapas Jr. and Eric Wapas, Windy Boy Wapas, and Gavin Baptiste are making up the crew. They're from Thunderchild, Saskatchewan. In box number 3 will be the White Lightning team. Colton Lindsay owns this bunch. They'll be wearing the white colors. Josh Jackson will be doing the riding for them. Leon Cardinal, Sam Uhl, and Corey Jackson will be the crew, and they're from Saddle Lake, Alberta. The Wolftail Relay team will be in box number 5. Stephen Wolftail, he'll be doing the riding. Irvin Wolftail, Killane Snow, Conrad Rabbit, Austin Wolftail, and Toby Dixon from the Piikani, Stoney, and Nakota nations. Just as a point of interest, in box number 4, the Spearheaders Relay Team, this is their first race, and we are off. All 5 horses are in the mix right now, and as we've been saying all afternoon, it is won and lost where they make the transition right here. Watch this. Take a look on your big screen. This is going to put you right up and personal. Stephen Wolftail on that gray horse. He leaps in the back, jumps up on the bay, nice and smooth, and boy, that was really cool. But can the rest of them have as smooth a transition? Well, we got the split screen going on. Stephen Wolftail, oh, we've got a horse that's loose. We've got a horse that's coming down the track with no rider. You've heard of a horse with no name. This is a horse with no rider. So I think Billy's boys have now moved into second. I believe that's who's in second place right now. As they are coming in, we'll get a little closer look at it. Watch this right here. Stephen Wolftail, he has been one of the most consistent riders in the game over the last couple of years. Makes it look so easy, so calm, so cool, so collected. He's coming in, pulling that horse up just a little bit. He moves in motion and helps to be a little long-legged. You can hop on them big, tall thoroughbreds. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Somebody has got a horse race going for second and third, and depending what happens on the last transition, maybe even first. So White Lightning, I think, is in third. They're supposed to be wearing white, but they're wearing red by the looks of it. So you'll have to forgive us if we get a little bit mixed up here. Sometimes the information that we got isn't what is. And Billy's boys are going to tend to their business. They're going to finish this race. That's important. That's crucial for the standings overall because you never know what can happen. You finish that race, you might finish in the top 2. Maybe even first, depending upon qualifications and disqualifications. Right now, Stephen Wolftail has created a huge, huge distance between himself and the rest of the pack. Awadahe in second place, I believe, the Mandaree, North Dakota team. Billy's boys are from Thunderchild, Saskatchewan. It's just a point of finishing the race. The Spearheaders Relay Team, they might be out of it. They lost their horse, so they could be disqualified. Here they're coming down the home stretch. Take a look right here. The Wolftail Relay Team. Say hello to Stephen Wolftail. He does it again. He's got another great finish. He's going to cross the finish line in the number 1 position. Number 2 right here is the Awadahe team. Lloyd Vagan, that's your team right there. And, of course, White Lightning coming in on third. Billy's boys will make a point of finishing 4th. And as we made mention, unfortunately for the Spearheaders team, their horse got loose on them, and they will not finish. You know, I want to point out something to you right now. The Spearheaders team had some uncharacteristic tough luck. That horse got away from them. There's even a couple of ladies on that team competing in the men's division here. This is their first time racing this year. They had some tough luck tonight. I want you to put your hands together and let them know it's okay. Let them know we want to see them back at the next race. And there's Billy Boy's team coming in right now. Cedric Wapas doing the job, getting that horse across the finish line. The Thunderchild Saskatchewan team will have a qualified time. So we are going to throw it back downstairs once again. Jason Jacko is standing by with Stephen Wolftail, and this is going to be good.
Stephen, quite the race, man. How are you feeling?
I get a little tired now, but I'm ready for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, so aren't we all? So you had a couple good exchanges. How were they feeling for you? Did you feel good while you were performing those exchanges?
Oh, I felt beautiful. You know, that was my team there, and that was my horses. They were feeling good. They ran beautiful, stood nice. Just about fell off there at the back end. That boy can blow.
Yeah. But you were able to stay on. You're able to finish the race, finish first, and you must be pretty stoked for tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a good one. Can't wait.
Most definitely. Well, congrats, and give it up for Stephen Wolftail and Wolftail Relay.
Thank you, Josh Jacko, and congratulations, Stephen Wolftail. Well done, my friend. So we are waiting the official results in this heat, I believe, is what we're waiting on right now. Once we get them, we're going to announce them to you. But meanwhile, we would like to make mention 12 o'clock sharp tomorrow is going to be starting time for the first heat. We're going to call it Championship Monday because the money's going to be paid. The championships are going to be handed out. The best of the West, the top teams, the fastest guns in the West, if you will be coming back for all the cookies in the cookie jar tomorrow. So, once again, we wait for those results. Don't forget about the casino being open. We want you to stick around and enjoy your holiday Sunday. And as Josh mentioned, we're going to have the hockey game up on the big screens. It's going to be posted on all the TVs in the casino. Stick around, enjoy your evening here at Century Mile. Trina Shirt's family, would you please go to the suite and wait for her there? Here are the official results from Heat 6. In first place, the Wolftail Relay team. In second place, the Awadahe team. Third place, White Lightning. Fourth place, Billy Boys lost, disqualified because of a lost horse, as did the Spearheaders team. So first, second, third finish here. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed our lifestyle and your trip to the Super Series Indian Relay. On behalf of all of the event organizers and the Super Series Indian Relay teams, we thank you for being a part of our lifestyle. Ride tall in the saddle and watch out for low-hanging branches. Good night, everybody.